Chapter 4:15. I'm going to be a father? Shui Ying felt a little dazed. This feeling was truly mystical. Even though he had lived for so many years and experienced so many things, knowing that he was about to become a father still made him feel a little dizzy. He couldn't even suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He looked at Jing Qiu. After waiting for so many years, I finally succeeded. I always thought that as my strength grew, the chances of me having a child would become smaller and smaller. The heavens have treated me well. Jing Qiu smiled sweetly. She had waited for too long. Back then, Dongbua Shui Ying had been poisoned by the voodoo poison. Every particle of his body had been permeated by the voodoo poison, so he naturally could not have children. But after the poison was cured, the two of them had always wanted children. Including the time spent in Crimson Rock Mountain, it had been more than 1,000 years. It had not been easy. The surprise had arrived. 1 and 2 more. Jing Qiu, hurry and rest. From now until the child is born, don't waste your energy on studying spells. Dongbua Shui Ying said. Yes, yes, yes. Jing Qiu smiled happily. For the sake of the child, Dongbua Shui Ying had spent a lot of effort. He had even temporarily slowed down his cultivation, specifically looking for Crimson Rock and his 2 world deity senior apprentice brothers to ask if there were any treasures for pregnant women to consume that would be good for the child. Goodbye, He Fei Yin, Shiwei, and Crimson Rock were all surprised and congratulated Dongbua Shui Ying. After all, the stronger one was, the harder it was to have children. One must know that after Dongbua Shui Ying's main body became a world deity, his body had also cultivated to the 4th level of the time immemorial body. This was also the reason why Dongbua Shui Ying had not been able to have children before. Thus, he had decided to continue improving his body. With such a powerful bloodline, the chances of having children should have been even lower, but he had still succeeded. No matter how low the chances were, it still existed. There were even examples of powerful existences having children. These 2 brats are really amazing. My time immemorial body is at the 4th level. How powerful will my bloodline be when I'm born? Dongbua Shui Ying accompanied his wife Jing Qiu, whose belly was gradually bulging. He thought to himself that only he and the artifact spirit, Crimson Rock, knew that he had become a world deity and cultivated the 4th level of the time immemorial body. She had been pregnant for almost 10 months. On this day, his wife, Jing Qiu, was in the house with the doors and windows closed. Dongbua Shui Ying, on the other hand, was waiting downstairs. He sat on a chair at the side, accompanied by his younger brother, Qing Shi. Brother, look at how anxious you are. Are you Imperial Emperor Dongbo? Qing Shi teased from the side. I've been waiting for my child for over 1,000 years. Dongbua Shui Ying glanced at his younger brother. How can I be compared to you? Dongbua's family has more than 10,000 descendants, and they are all your descendants. Qing Shi hastily said, children give birth to grandchildren, and grandchildren give birth to great-grandchildren. Generation after generation is endless. As time passes, my Dongbua family will naturally have more. Dongbua Shui Ying smiled as well. He raised his head and looked at the house, waiting silently. His wife was a demigod mage. Giving birth to a child should be very easy. Wah, 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 wah. 2 cries rang out one after another, one louder than the other. Dongbua Shui Ying abruptly stood up. They're born. Very soon, Jing Qiu came out, carrying a child in each hand. Both were wrapped up nicely. Shwa shwa. Dongbua Shui Ying and Qing Shi came to the corridor upstairs. Let me see. Dongbua Shui Ying hurriedly reached out to receive them. Be careful. Jing Qiu passed the 2 children to him. Sister-in-law, don't worry. My big brother is a realm lord. Even if he doesn't use his hands, it's impossible for the children to escape. Qing Shi, who was at the side, couldn't help but tease when he saw how nervous the couple was. You shut up. Dongbua Shui Ying turned his head and berated. He then carried the two children and carefully examined them. The two children opened their eyes and looked at the world in a daze. At the same time, they began to cry at the top of their lungs. To them, everything in the world was new and interesting, regardless of the sky, the house, or the few adults beside them. They were all new and interesting, although they were born with extraordinary bloodlines, and the aura they emitted was also extraordinary. They still needed time to grow. Now that they had just been born, they were like a piece of white paper, incomparably pure. Little Yu, little Qing Yao. Dongbua Shui Ing shouted from the side. This was the name he and his wife had come up with. The boy's name was Dongbua Yu, and the girl's name was Dongbua Qing Yao. Jing Qiu was at the side as well. She reached out to touch the children's tender cheeks, causing them to cry even harder. After the birth of the two children, many good friends of the Xia people also came to express their gratitude. Mountain Lord He, Si Kong Yang, Palace Lord Qin, City Lady Bu, Grand Elder Palace Head, Chao Qing, Gong Yu, and many others all came. However, many of them were nearing the end of their lifespans. Now that the Xia people were prosperous, they would never be in danger again. Mountain Lord He and Palace Lord Qin were nearing the end of their lifespans, and they even saw the birth of Dongbua Shuiying's two children. All of them were extremely happy. In the following days, Dongbua Shuiying lived in pain and happiness at the same time. Ha! Ha ha ha! A child with bare buttocks and feet was currently standing on the cliff of Snorok Mountain. He was peeing, and a stream of water fell from the sky, landing on a faraway farmland. It even accurately peed on a villager a few li away. Little ancestor, you've caused trouble. The white fog ape appeared and hurriedly tried to stop him. Big white, the child shouted. Dongbua Yu. An angry voice rang out. The white-robed Dongbua Shuiying appeared out of thin air. A father who was a lord of a material world could appear at any time. The child immediately stopped peeing, turned his head, and stared blankly at Dongbua Shuiying. Do you know your wrongs? Dongbua Shuiying was a little angry. At the same time he ordered, White Fog, go and deliver some money to that villager. Yes, master. The white fog ape respectfully replied, following which, Dongbua Shuiying continued to stare at his son, who was only 9 months old. The child's bright black eyes stared at Dongbua Shuiying, and he even smiled innocently. I'm asking you, do you know your wrongs? Dongbua Shuiying angrily asked. I know my wrongs, I know. I know my wrongs, the child said obediently. Dongbua Shuiying was so angry that he didn't know what to do. This little brat was always causing trouble. Last time, he even intentionally peed on his body. It was simply outrageous, but there was no use trying to control him. Snow Eagle, Snow Eagle. Yu Jingqiu also appeared. Don't scare the child. How old is he? He's only 9 months old. Even if you try to control him now, he won't understand. You better guide him slowly. Forget it, I'll take care of the child. You should go and practice your spear techniques. Dongbua Shuiying was helpless. His son and daughter gradually grew up. They grew up very quickly, and they quickly learned all kinds of knowledge. At the beginning, they were naughty and playful, but they gradually became more and more obedient. After all, Dongbua Shuiying and Yu Jingqiu were personally guiding them, with their parents as role models. Dongbua Shuiying naturally became more and more satisfied and proud of this pair of children. As their children grew up, they no longer needed to rely on Dongbua Shuiying. Dongbua Shuiying also began to focus on his own cultivation. Time passed year by year. Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qingyao's innate bloodlines were too powerful. They had already reached the demigod realm when they were young, so there was no need for them to cultivate. Moreover, when they reached adulthood, the strength they possessed was even more valiant. They were much stronger than any primordial life form in history, easily comparable to deities. However, in order to become a deity, they still needed to cultivate properly. As for the matter of guiding his son and daughter, It was his wife Jing Qiu who mainly took care of them. Gradually, Mountain Lord He, Si Kongyang, and the rest also began to die of old age. They were unable to open their deity Si and become deities. However, Dongbua Shui Ing secretly sent their souls into Crimson Rock Mountain, helping them reconstruct their bodies, allowing them to roam the vast world of Crimson Rock Mountain. Naturally, as for guiding their souls to resurrect, he would do it for his friends and relatives who he truly valued, as well as those who had contributed greatly to the Xia people. He had a balance in his heart, silently watching over these transcendents. Dongbua Shui Ing was quite transcendental in the world of the Xia people. Ordinary transcendents could hardly find this legendary character. Dongbua Shui Ing was currently cultivating in preparation for the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast. He would definitely participate in this Myriad Flower Feast. Naturally, he would send his avatar over. This avatar had condensed a true deity heart with a grade 2 deity heart, but it was still at the deity realm. Participating in the Myriad Flower Feast was a rare opportunity for him to temper himself. Secondly, the Myriad Flower True Fruit was said to be a treasure that would greatly benefit Stage 4 world deities and would be extremely helpful in cultivation. Thirdly, he could use this opportunity to become a disciple of a powerful existence. Naturally, he would do his best to become a disciple of a powerful existence. Although he knew the forefather, the more backers he had, the smoother his path of cultivation would be. Dongbua Shui Ing would never seek trouble for himself. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed since the birth of the two children. Dongbua, come to Emperor Xiao's city quickly, Chao Qing, who was in charge of the Elders Association, transmitted. Chapter 416. Emperor Xiao's city was now the true core of the Xia people's rule. Hua. Dongbua Shui Ing appeared in the air above Emperor Xiao's city, looking down at the new city, which was even more majestic than the Xia capital. In the past, they had retreated to the infernal realm time and time again, which was why the Xia capital had become the core of the Xia people. Now that Dongbua Shui Ing was a lord of a material plane, the headquarters of a race naturally could not be hidden in a transcendent realm forever. Chao Qing. Dongbua Shui Ing took a step forward, arriving outside a simple and unadorned palace. Outside the door was the bald, skinny old man, Chao Qing. Hurry, hurry, hurry. There's something important, Chao Qing said hurriedly. Violet Thunder is looking for us. According to the customs of the Xia people, after becoming a god, they would all treat each other as equals. After all, there was a difference in age between each generation of deities. For a group of Xia people to treat each other as their seniors, everyone would feel that this was too pretentious. Since they had all become gods, they should treat each other as equals. Oh! Dongbua Shui Ing did not dare to tarry, and immediately entered with Chao Qing. Within this simple and unadorned palace hall, there were many statues. These statues were the ancestors of the Xia clan who had become deities. These statues had originally been placed in the infernal realm, but now they had all been moved here. One of them was a statue of an amiable old man, the Violet Thunder Emperor. Its mouth moved. Dongbua. What is it, Violet Thunder? Dongbua Shui Ing said. This time, I have something to trouble you with, Violet Thunder said. I just found out about this, and I really can't think of any other way. That's why I came to ask for your help. If there's anything you need, just say it. Don't say anything, Dongbua Shui Ing said hurriedly. These ancestors of the Xia people had all made great contributions to the Xia people. After becoming gods, they had always cared about the Xia people. If he could help them, Dongbua Shui Ing would be very happy. It's like this, Violet Thunder said. Recently, I tried to contact Brother Yunhai, but I couldn't. Later, I sent someone to investigate. Only then did I find out that the Sky Sword sect that Brother Yunhai was in had already been destroyed. What? Dongbua Shui Ing was shocked. Isn't the Heaven Sword sect, where Yunhai is from, a world deity? It was destroyed just like that? Yes. The statue of the Purple Thunder Emperor continued. The sect master of the Sky Sword sect is indeed a stage 1 world deity, but he was ambushed and killed by the Blackbone Mountain Lord. The Sky Sword sect was also attacked, and many of its deities were easily captured alive by the Blackbone Mountain Lord. Brother Haiyan was also captured alive and sent to a planet to work as a laborer in mining. Now that Brother Haiyan's godly power has been sealed, he has to work as a laborer day and night. If we don't save him, I'm afraid he'll be tortured to death. Dongbua Shueing and Chao Qing's expressions changed. Chao Qing knew that the situation was serious, but he didn't know that it was this serious. Among the ancestors of the Xia people in the God Realm, there were only 3 who had reached the peak of the God Realm. The Cloud Sea Emperor was extremely friendly towards the Xia people and helped the Xia people time and time again. However, he was now in a desperate situation. What should we do? Chao Qing was incomparably anxious. It's said that the deity world is dangerous, and that many of the ancestors of the Xia people have died in the deity world. Who would have thought that Yun Hai, an elder of the Sky Sword sect, would... Dongbua, the statue of the Purple Thunder Emperor, continued. I can't think of a solution right now. I've joined the Bloodshed God Palace, but I'm only a low-level member. Although there are benefits to joining the Bloodshed God Palace, I have to abide by the rules and not leave my post without permission, and with my current combat power, I can't save Brother Haiyan. Thus, after thinking about it, I can only come to you, Dongbua. Dongbua, you're already a material realm lord, and your status isn't ordinary. As long as you think of a way, even if you can't succeed in a short period of time, you'll definitely be able to save Yun Hai after spending 100,000 or a million years. I understand. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Yun Hai has put in so much effort for the sake of the Xia people. How could I just watch from the sidelines? Purple Thunder, please tell me all the details. Which planet is Yun Hai being escorted to? What dangers does that planet have? And how strong is the Blackbone Mountain? All right, the Purple Thunder Emperor said gratefully. This time it's really troublesome. Purple Thunder, you and Yun Hai are of the same race, and so are I. You don't need to thank me, Dongbua Shueing said with a smile. The Purple Thunder Emperor nodded lightly and continued. Do you have any avatar techniques? Material realm lords usually cultivate avatar techniques. If you don't, you can buy one in the deity world with deity crystals or treasures. I can't afford it with my small salary, but it should be easy for you, Dongbua. You just need to send a deity avatar to the deity world, and I believe you'll be able to buy an avatar technique. Dongbua Shueing nodded. Don't worry. A deity avatar was equivalent to a chi avatar or a magic avatar. After becoming a deity, one could send a deity avatar to act temporarily. Once the deity energy was exhausted, the avatar would dissipate. At the same time, the strand of soul contained within the avatar would be lost. After receiving the detailed information provided by the Purple Thunder Emperor, Dongbua Shueing and Chao Qing walked side by side out of the ancient palace. Dongbua, are you really planning to go? Chao Qing was slightly worried. Don't worry. I'll first obtain an avatar technique and cultivate it before going, Dongbua Shueing said. Although he had cultivated an avatar long ago, he had always kept it a secret. This was because the disciples of Crimson Rock Mountain who had not obtained a grade 1 true meaning or become a world deity were forbidden from cultivating an avatar technique. If he were to reveal that he had cultivated an avatar technique, he would not be able to explain himself. Currently, only the weapon spirit Crimson Rock knew that he had cultivated an avatar technique. Cultivating an avatar, splitting one's soul into 2, will have an impact on your cultivation. Chao Qing sighed. AI, but Yun Hai has been captured and sent to work as a laborer in the mines. We can't just leave him be. Chao Qing still hoped that Dongbua Shueing could cultivate to a higher level. Cultivating an avatar had caused his cultivation to slow down. Chao Qing felt that he owed Dongbua Shueing a lot. In fact, the Purple Thunder Emperor also felt somewhat guilty about this. It was just that if he did not save Emperor Yunhai, he would probably be tortured to death as a labor. Are you planning to go to the deity world? Jingqiu asked. I'm only going there with an avatar. I'll obtain an avatar technique first, Dongbua Shuang said. If he wanted to hide this, he would have to hide it from everyone. He had to let everyone think that he had sent a deity avatar to the deity world to obtain an avatar technique. My current strength is still insufficient. If I'm strong enough, I'll also cultivate an avatar technique and go with you, Jingqiu said. I'm not a disciple of Crimson Rock Mountain. I believe that your 2 senior apprentice brothers will be willing to teach me an avatar technique. With your strength, Jingqiu, you should be able to become a deity soon, Dongbua Shuang said. That's right. Mountain Lord He, Si Kongyang, and the others had all failed to become deities. He had reconstructed their bodies and sent them to the Crimson Rock Mountain world to continue cultivating. But Jingqiu was different. Back then, when she forcibly controlled the Star Pagoda, she had consumed a large amount of her soul. However, the more she consumed, the higher her comprehension ability became. Even though she was saved later on, her comprehension was still extremely high. Currently, she had long since cultivated a grade 2 true, meaning to the peak of the stage 3 realm. Furthermore, she could faintly feel that she was about to break through. Amen. When I become a deity, I'll cultivate an avatar technique and enter the deity world together with you. Jingqiu nodded with a smile. The sun rose. In the sky above the vast plains of the Xia people's world, a starry blue, robed Dongbua Shuang was looking down at the world. Enter the deity world. Dongbua Shuang was feeling somewhat complicated. He had originally planned to quietly cultivate until the Bloodshed God Palace's myriad flower feast was about to begin. Now, however, it had been brought forward by 300 years. Let's see what the deity world is like. I've heard many legends, but I've never seen it for myself. Dongbua Shuang thought. 1. He controlled the entire Xia people's world to expel this avatar of his. Instantly, a ripple enveloped him, and he felt as though he was being expelled from the world. It was as though the entire material world was sending him out. The scene before his eyes changed, and a vast starry sky appeared before him. This is the deity world. Dongbua Shuang stood in the void of the starry sky, looking at the distant stars. The starry sky was vast and boundless, and only the rays of the sun were able to penetrate through the obstacles of distance and illuminate this place. On the opposite side, similarly far away, the cold radiance of the moon's star shone down. Dongbua Shuang stood alone in the void of the starry sky. According to his estimation, the closest star to him was at least 5 billion kilometers away. Furthermore, it was probably a desolate star with no one around. The deity world is too big. Dongbua Shuang sighed inwardly. Every starfield had trillions of stars, and the number of stars capable of nurturing life was extremely small. Chapter 417. The deity world was vast and boundless, with the Bloodshed God Palace taking up 30% of it. For the sake of ease of governance, the Bloodshed God Palace divided its territory into 19 prefectures. Each prefecture was much larger than the Wave Feather Empire behind the Temple of the Earth God, and the prefecture master of each prefecture was a high and mighty existence. They were either stage for world deities or powerful existences. It's too vast. Most likely, many deities have lived their entire lives within a single prefecture. Dongbua Shuang sighed inwardly. At the same time, he tore through the void and flew into the distance. At this moment, he was using his space deity heart technique. After the ancestors of my Xia people entered the deity world, they traveled everywhere, mostly to different star fields, but almost all of them stayed within the Calm Sea prefecture. The Kam Sea Prefecture was one of the 19 prefectures of the Bloodshed God Palace. After leaving the material world, Dongbua Shuang had arrived within the Kam Sea Prefecture. Emperor Yunhai was currently imprisoned on a mineral planet in the celestial starfield, the Ice-Iron Planet, which was also within the Kam Sea Prefecture. Let's continue on our way. Traveling through the deity world was not easy. This was also one of the reasons why many deities found it difficult to leave a prefecture. Dongbua Shuang spent more than 2 days in the starry sky. Thanks to the detailed map provided by Crimson Rock, he finally found the nearest planet with life, the Witch Chang planet. Finding a planet with life isn't easy. Dongbua Shuang looked at the planet. His deity domain easily covered the entire Witch Chang planet. After all, it was a planet with a diameter of about 80,000 kilometers, and there were billions of humans living here. The ratio of transcendence here was clearly much higher than that of mortals. I found it. It's a spatial passage array. He took a step forward. He arrived at a wasteland on the planet where an ancient array was set up. Let's go. Dongbua Shuang's flame deity energy flew out and rapidly poured into the ancient array. The array lit up and immediately rippled. The ripples enveloped the entire array, including Dongbua Shuang. Immediately, space-time began to distort. His entire body felt like it had sunk into a swamp, and space itself seemed to solidify. In a breath of time, the scene before him changed. What a huge city! Dongbua Shuang looked at the majestic city in the distance. This city was built in the starry sky, surrounded by countless stars as if they were decorations. According to Dongbua Shuang's estimation, this city, which was shrouded in thunderbolts, was at least 100 million miles in both width and length, and over 10 million miles in height. After all, those stars were tiny compared to it. The massive Thunder City, floating in the starry sky, gave off a sense of oppression. Brother, this is the capital city of our Nanting star field, Nanting City. Dongbua Shuang's voice came from the side. Dongbua Shuang turned around and saw a group of armored soldiers. These soldiers were all deities, and the weakest among them was a late-stage deity. The godly general leading them was rather polite. After all, Dongbua Shuang was emitting the aura of a peak-stage deity. Where are you going, brother? Are you going to Nanting City, or are you going somewhere else? I am going to the celestial star field. Dongbua Shuang smiled. The celestial star field is very far from our Nanting star field. The travel fee is a total of 30 deity crystals. The godly general smiled and said, Please wait a moment. We need to adjust the array. Dongbua Shuang smiled and said, No rush. With a wave of his hand, 30 deity crystals flew out. The array flashed and another person appeared. It was a gray-robed man, an ordinary deity. He seemed to be looking around warily. The godly general frowned and said, This is the Nanting Star Field's Nanting City. I am going to Nanting City. I am going to Nanting City. The gray-robed man hurriedly said. Hurry up and leave. The godly general scolded. The godly general casually said to Dongbua Shuang, Look at how cautious he is. He must be a junior from some star who became a deity. He must have activated the array and arrived here. Dongbua Shuang casually chatted with the godly general for a while. After all, he was someone who had grasped the world deity heart. His vision was extremely broad. Just by looking around, he was able to understand the layout of the Nanting City and the profound mysteries of the enormous space-time array. He spent 30 deity crystals to travel from the Nanting star field to the celestial star field. He bought detailed information from the temporal temple in the celestial star field's celestial city. Then he spent another 2 deity crystals to reach the dark, crooked star within the celestial star field. After another 6 days, he finally arrived at his destination, the Ice-Iron Star. Ice-Iron Star, I have arrived. Dongbua Shuang looked at the distant black star which was emitting boundless cold air. The black star was only 8,000 kilometers in diameter, and there was a huge fortress built on top of it. It seemed to occupy more than half of the star. The ice iron star is a mineral planet. Dongbua Shui Ing recalled the information he had bought and the information provided by the Purple Thunder Emperor. The gravity of the planet is enough to crush the bodies of sky realm transcendents. Under such a strong gravity, the ice iron ore produced within the planet is extremely precious. However, a piece of ice iron ore can weigh as much as a mountain under the gravity. It is extremely difficult to mine it. This ice iron star has been occupied by the Blackbone Mountain. They have built a fortress which completely covers the vein of ice iron Oregon. The miners are all inside the fortress. Dongbua Shui Ing frowned. He looked into the distance. With his astonishing eyesight, he could clearly see a huge furry humanoid beast lying on the ground at the entrance of the fortress. This huge beast was about 100 meters long. According to the records of the Temporal Temple, this huge beast was called the Taper Beast. It was an extremely powerful deity world creature. After it matured, it would be almost invincible amongst deities. Ordinary peak stage deities wouldn't even be able to withstand a single slap from it. This Taper Beast was used by the Blackbone Mountain to guard the entrance of the fortress. No matter who came, they would have to face this Taper Beast first. I've heard that it has boundless strength and an indestructible body. A single slap from it can kill a peak stage deity. Dongbua Shui Ing frowned inwardly. And within the fortress there are many arrays, some of which were personally set up by the Blackbone Mountain Lord himself. The Blackbone Mountain Lord was a stage, one-world deity. Of course, he couldn't personally guard this mineral planet. Ice Iron Planet, the fortress of this mineral planet, was indeed heavily guarded. Layers upon layers of guards, level after level, there were quite a few peak stage deity level guards who were also required to watch over the miners. Dig, dig, dig every day. If you don't dig enough, that'll be the result. An ugly, six-armed deity was currently whipping a youth who was tied to a rack. That youth's body was covered in blood, and his deity power had been sealed. Although his deity body was still powerful, he couldn't even resist in front of a supervisor. This fortress was simply too powerful. Pa, pa, pa! Every lash of the whip flickered with deity runes, and the youth couldn't help but wail. Spare me, spare me. I'll definitely make up for it tomorrow. I'll definitely make up for it. Tomorrow is tomorrow, today is today. The ugly six-armed deity continued to whip the youth. One by one, the miners brought out their storage treasures and handed them over to the supervisors for inspection. Pass, pass. We're short of 12. Drag them over, one of the supervisors shouted. Emperor Yunhai was among them, and his face was somewhat numb. That's right. The Blackbone Mountain had set the mining requirements according to their strength, squeezing them to their limits. They had to work day and night, with almost no time to rest. Even the slightest bit of rest could result in failure, and they would be ruthlessly punished. Such whipping was considered the lightest punishment. The more they owed, the heavier the punishment. In fact, if they really became lazy, their souls would be extracted and they would be tortured for eternity. There's no hope. Emperor Yunhai's heart was filled with sorrow. The fortress on Ice Iron Planet is heavily guarded, and there's no way for us to escape. We'll have to mine for eternity. They said that after we excavate all the mines on Ice Iron Planet, they'll make us join the Blackbone Mountain. But the mines on Ice Iron Planet have already been excavating for more than 60 million years. Who knows how long it'll take? Despair and helplessness. At this moment, Emperor Yunhai had no idea that because of the Purple Thunder Emperor's call for help, Dongbua Shui had already traveled all the way to the starry sky outside Ice Iron Planet. In the dark starry sky, Dongbua Shui ran through the scenario several times in his mind. Let's do it. A cold glint flashed in Dongbua Shui eyes, and his body disappeared. piercing through the starry sky and descending on Ice Iron Planet. Chapter 418. Within the fortress of Ice Iron Planet, the floor of the spacious hall was covered with a snow-white carpet. On the carpet, a man was currently hugging two beauties and having fun. "Beauties, come, give me a kiss, woo-woo." The man's face was faintly covered with purple scales. He was a serpent that had ascended to deity and had a lascivious nature. Furthermore, deities had extremely long lifespans, and countless deities had no hope of becoming world deities. Many deities, on the other hand, indulged in their pleasures. He was a commander of the Black Bone Mountain and the person with the highest status on Ice Iron Planet. Naturally, he had great authority. "Commander, Commander." A guard rushed in and shouted, "Can't you see that this commander is busy?" The purple-scaled man swept his gaze across the room, a hint of anger within. "Commander, someone has intruded," the guard hurriedly said. "What?" The purple-scaled man's expression changed, and he immediately stood up. With a wave of his hand, an image of the outside world appeared in the air above the hall. A young man in a starry blue robe was flying rapidly toward Ice Iron Planet. What audacity! The purple-scaled man let out a cold snort, and a beautiful lady next to him obediently brought a chair over. The commander immediately sat down, his robes casually unbuttoned, revealing half of his chest. He laughed coldly and said, "A peak-level deity? He's just a single person. Yet he dares to intrude into my Black Bone Mountain's territory? He's courting death." One couldn't blame him for being so confident. The Black Bone Mountain was indeed a small place in the deity world, but it was still a power overseen by a world deity. In the entire celestial star field, ordinary peak stage deities were nothing more than ants in front of the Black Bone Mountain. "I have over 1,000 peak stage deities here. Looks like I'll have to add another one." The commander sneered. "Commander, could this person have some sort of background? Since he dared to intrude into our territory, he must have some sort of backing," the guard said. "Don't worry." The commander was calm. "South." As soon as Dongbua Shueing sensed that he had been discovered, he turned into a beam of light and landed on the surface of Ice Iron Planet. The surface of the planet, which was filled with frigid air, was extremely tough, but there were still some cracks on it. Dongbua Shueing stood there, looking at the huge fortress in front of him, as well as the resting tapir beast in front of it. At this moment, a phantom head suddenly appeared in the air above Ice Iron Planet. It was the phantom of a man with purple scales on his face. "I am the 7th commander of the Black Bone Mountain. This is the territory of the Black Bone Mountain. May I know why you have trespassed on this Ice Iron Planet?" The skull of the purple-scaled man said, "Revenge." Dongbua Shueing said coldly, "You're courting death." The projection of the purple-scaled man's head chuckled coldly before disappearing. He was too lazy to even ask who he was seeking revenge for, because there were many who had enmity with the Black Bone Mountain. The mountain lord of the Black Bone Mountain, after becoming a world deity, had been stuck at the Stage 1 heavenly layer, unable to advance any further. Later on, he had obtained a powerful black skeletal body and had tried to transfer his true deity heart into it. From then on, he had changed his title to the Black Bone Mountain Lord. His black skeletal body was extremely powerful, and by relying on its tyrannical body, he was extremely aggressive. But then again, the world of deities had always been cruel, and those who slaughtered mortals would be looked down upon. On the other hand, killings between deities and world deities were extremely common. It seems that it's yet another foolish fellow filled with hatred. Within the hall of the fortress, the purple-scaled man sat on a chair and sneered at the scene before him. Does he think that without the mountain lord overseeing this place he can conquer it? My Black Bone Mountain is invincible, and there are many who wish to seek revenge, but all of them are seeking death. Commander, a beauty came over and hugged the commander's arm, saying charmingly, "Don't bother with that foolish fellow. Let's continue playing." Another beauty came over as well. Ha ha ha, watching a bloody battle isn't bad either. The tower taper beast guarding Ice Iron Planet was purchased by the Mountain Lord when he went to the prefecture city and then raised. The tower taper beast is extremely powerful, and it's hard to find an opponent amongst deities. Its body is tyrannical, and the defense of its fur is extremely strong. A single slap from it can easily shatter an ordinary star. Killing a peak deity is also as easy as a slap. The purple-scaled man laughed. Let's watch and see how the tower taper beast kills this brat. Who knows, it might even eat him up one bite at a time. Amen. The two beauties snuggled up against the commander. The commander watched this scene with a cold and confident expression. It's awake, it's awake. The tower taper beast is awake. One of the beauties hurriedly shouted. They were all looking at the scene that had appeared in midair within the hall. On that ice-cold surface, the tower taper beast, which seemed to be sleeping, had indeed opened its eyes. It's awake, it's awake. Quick, look. Other than the commander, there were also a few members of the Black Bone Mountain who were in charge of guarding the fort. Even some supervisors had been called over to watch the battle. Quick, an outsider wants to take revenge on our Black Bone Mountain. It's about to start fighting with the tower taper beast. Quick, quick, quick. Within the entire fort, other than those in charge who were unable to leave, more than half of the members had come to watch the battle. This brat actually didn't flee after seeing the tower taper beast wake up. Fighting with the tower taper beast. Does he think he's a world deity? Ha ha ha. I'm guessing that the tower taper beast will eat him up. Many of the members of the Black Bone Mountain were watching the scene in the void. They had been stationed on Ice Iron Planet for a long period of time and were extremely bored. It was rare for them to watch such a show. Dongbua Shue-ing looked at the gigantic beast that was slowly crawling up from the fort's main entrance. Its entire body was covered in fur, and it had a humanoid shape. It looked somewhat like a bear, and its 4 limbs were touching the ground. Its pair of golden eyes coldly stared at the distant Dongbua Shue-ing. Ho! The awakened tower taper beast let out a roar. Instantly, a gale arose and the ground trembled. A gale blew against Dongbua Shue-ing's face. Even a newly ascended deity would most likely be smashed into smithereens. But Dongbua Shue-ing was still standing there. Kill him! Kill him! The commander in the fort's main hall was filled with excitement. Eat him! Eat him! A beauty was still shouting, and everyone was watching excitedly. South, Dongbua Shue-ing stretched out his right hand, and a fiery red spear appeared in his hand. Following that, he instantly transformed into a beam of light and shot towards the tower taper beast. The entire Ice Iron Planet was suppressed by an array formation, and Dongbua Shue-ing was unable to teleport through space. The tower taper beast stood in its humanoid form. A pair of huge palms were raised vertically, and its golden eyes stared at Dongbua Shue-ing. A towering, baleful aura emanated from it. As a deity world creature that had been specially bred, it was born with the ability to unleash attacks that contained profound laws of laws. Although it was unable to cultivate on its own, its strength was already terrifying enough. Boom! Dongbua Shue-ing's spear was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed across the sky. The spear had also expanded to over 100 meters in length. The tower taper beast also waved its huge palms, which carried a terrifying might as it struck out. The spear and the huge palms collided. Boom, boom, boom! A terrifying explosion spread out in all directions. The tower taper beast's right palm was twisted by the spear, and the spear continued to strike the tower taper beast's head. The tower taper beast staggered backwards, and the bones in its twisted palm were clearly broken. Its golden eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as it looked at its huge palm. Bang! As the tower taper beast staggered backwards, the fiery red spear struck the tower taper beast's head a second time. The tower taper beast's head caved in, and the huge tower taper beast fell to the ground. Inside the fort, from the commanders to the members of the Blackbone Mountain. Everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the huge tower Tapir Beast fall to the ground. In just a single exchange, 2 consecutive spear strikes, the tower Tapir Beast fell just like that? How was that possible? Reporting to Mountain Chieftain. We must report this to Mountain Chieftain. The commander inside the fort reacted, and his expression became anxious. He immediately used his communication treasure to send a message. Mountain Chieftain, Mountain Chieftain, Ice Iron Planet has been ambushed by a peak deity. The tower Tapir Beast was defeated in just a single exchange. That's right, with just 2 strikes from the spear, the tower Tapir Beast was defeated. Chapter 419. On the other side, the Mountain Lord of Blackbone Mountain calmly ordered, "Kill him. I believe you can do it." The purple-scaled man hesitated, then replied, "Mountain Lord, he is very strong. In a one-on-one fight, I'm afraid no one on Ice Iron Planet is his match. We need to take advantage of the fortress, and we might even need to surround him. In that case, the fortress will definitely suffer some damage in battle. Our subordinates will also suffer some casualties." The Mountain Lord of Blackbone Mountain coldly replied, then cut off the transmission. The purple-scaled man heaved a sigh of relief. As a subordinate of the Mountain Lord, one had to be careful. Last time, when the 8th commander was offering beauties, he had secretly enjoyed the most beautiful one while he was out collecting them. Logically speaking, a single transcendent beauty was not a big deal. But the Mountain Chieftain of Blackbone Mountain had whipped the 8th commander to death with a heart-branding whip. Each lash of the heart-branding whip caused pain that seeped into the soul. Even gods would be whipped to death. It was a cruel punishment. Thus, when it came to the Mountain Lord, his subordinates did not dare to be negligent. "Commander, what do we do now?" asked the 2 serving beauties beside him. Whether he wants to attack the fortress or save someone, he has to kill his way in. The purple-scaled man looked coldly at the scene in midair. "Let him in." "Humph. The fortress is filled with traps and spirit formations. He will die the moment he enters." The 2 beauties nodded. The 2 of them also knew how heavily guarded this fortress was. Outside the fortress's main entrance, Dongbui Shui Ing stepped on the hard, ice-covered ground and walked to the corpse of the Tapir Beast. Its head was caved in, and purple blood flowed from its nose and mouth. It was clearly dead. God-world creatures like this are incredibly powerful, but they don't cultivate their power. Rather, they've been specially raised to do so. They gain power quickly, but their weaknesses are obvious. The Tapir Beast's weakness is its head. Smash its head and it's finished. That's right, Dongbui Shui Ing thought. But even knowing this weakness, defeating it is still very difficult. With the suppression of the spirit formation, I cannot penetrate through space to attack the inside of its head. Its head is also so hard that I couldn't finish it off on my first attack. I only succeeded on my second. The Tapir Beast was strong, but his own strength was even greater. This was because he had cultivated the time-immemorial body to the 3rd level. Of course, he had long since grasped the Grade 1 deity heart, the World Deity Heart, and could cultivate his time-immemorial body to the 4th level. However, the moment he did so, the powerful existences who were spectating the Myriad Flower Feast would be able to tell that he had a Grade 1 deity heart with a single glance. His main goal in participating in the Myriad Flower Feast was to temper himself so that he could grasp his 2nd Grade 1 deity heart faster and step into the Stage 2 World Deity Realm. Of course, obtaining a Myriad Flower true fruit to eat and becoming the disciple of a powerful almighty being were also his goals. Humph! Dongbui Shui Ing snorted coldly as he stared at the gigantic gates of the fortress. He then swung the fiery red spear in his hands, causing the spear to grow in length, reaching over 100 meters in length. He then slashed the gates of the fortress furiously. Boom! The main gate shook with a loud rumble. It directly caved in and distorted, revealing an ugly crack. At the third level of the time immemorial body, his strength and speed had already reached the threshold of a world deity. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than the tower taper beast. One must know that there was an extremely large gap between a peak deity and a world deity, a gap akin to the distance between heaven and earth. Dongbua Shwe-ing had already surpassed the peak of the deity realm when he mastered the second level of the time immemorial body. Naturally, the third level of the time immemorial body was even more heaven-defying. In truth, in terms of strength, the great chaotic true force had the upper hand. Unfortunately, even though his star deity heart had long since reached the peak of the deity realm, he was still unable to master the second level of the great chaotic true force. After all, the great chaotic true force only had a total of 6 levels, and the difficulty of the second level was no less than the third level of the time immemorial body. Boom! Following the crack in the fortress's main gate, he lashed out once more. With a loud bang, the gate was directly sent flying. Ah! A miserable cry rang out from within the fortress. Clearly, an enemy had been hiding behind the gate, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Dongbua Shwe-ing sneered as he stepped inside. His steps seemed casual, but every step he took caused the space around him to distort, and every step he took him a great distance. This intruding brat has grasped the space deity heart. Be careful. Everyone, get ready and listen to my command. All right, this brat is actually so stupid. He actually dares to charge in like an idiot? Only a few who can become a deity are idiots. Everyone be careful. Dongbua Shwe-ing walked along the wide passageway within the fortress. The further he went, the darker it became. However, there were crystals embedded on both sides of the passageway, which glowed with a jade-green light. Interesting. Dongbua Shwe-ing wielded his spear as though he were walking in his own backyard. He advanced with great ease. Suddenly, 5 streaks of light shot towards him simultaneously. These were 5 silver-armored guards. Divine imprints appeared on the surface of their armor, causing their deity power to surge and greatly increase their power. In addition, the 5 of them arced through the air like a giant spider web, attacking from 5 different directions. As they neared, their bodies began to turn illusory. Chaotic suppression. Dongbua Shwe-ing swept his spear forward in a domineering manner. He had studied this technique for over 1,000 years, and his understanding of the chaotic whole could be manifested through this technique. Unfortunately, he had yet to comprehend the chaotic whole deity heart. Hong, his spear swept forward. The surrounding space distorted and shattered into darkness. A faint, illusory image of a black star slowly revolved around the spear. As the spear swept forward, everything around it began to crumble. The expressions of the 5 guards who had turned into illusory figures changed drastically. They immediately tried to slow down and dodge the attack. But how fast was Dongbua Shwe-ing's spear art? Wherever the spear swept past, one of the guards would be grazed, and the illusory body would immediately crumble. As for the other guard, he would definitely die if he was struck head-on. In just an instant, 3 of the 5 guards who attacked from 5 different directions were instantly killed, while the other 2 fled in terror. This invader's cultivation base is extremely high as well. He must have grasped a secret art. These people were all terrified. When Dongbua Shwe-ing fought against the tower taper beast, he didn't need to use a secret art. But this time, in order to be more straightforward, he used a secret art. One must know that there were many who had reached the peak of the deity realm. However, those who could comprehend a secret art based on the laws of profound mysteries were extremely rare. This secret art of Dongbua Shwe-ing's, chaotic suppression, was suitable for crushing opponents with brute force. Humph! Dongbua Shwe-ing couldn't be bothered with those who were fleeing. He continued walking forward. The fort was huge. Along the way, There would occasionally be sneak attacks. Some were as fast as lightning, and some were as soft as a silk net. However, all of them were useless. In front of Dongbua Shuiying's absolute speed and strength, everything was a joke. After all, the time immemorial body specialized in survivability. Strength, speed, and other aspects were very balanced. His speed, when combined with his extreme piercing, was also far above them. The first layer has already been breached. The second layer can't hold on any longer. More than half of the 30 guards who surrounded him have died. His spear art is simply flawless. He doesn't just specialize in strength, speed, and group attacks. He has no weaknesses at all. Inside the hall of the fort, the 3 subordinates were all rather anxious. The purple-scaled man raised his head to look at the scene in midair, his expression ugly. Shouldn't such a great expert be concentrating on cultivation in preparation for the bloodshed god palace's myriad flower feast? Why is he attacking my iron planet? He could also tell that the spear-wielding youth who had charged in was far stronger than the average peak deity. Logically speaking, such an expert should have a brighter future ahead of him. Why would he come here to fight them? Commander. The 3 subordinates looked at the purple-scaled man. Don't panic. We're about to reach the 3rd layer. This fort gets more and more powerful the further down we go. There's even a formation, personally, laid down by the Mountain Lord. What a pity such a powerful expert is about to die here. The purple-scaled man sneered. The losses they had suffered this time were too great, and the Mountain Lord would most likely punish them when the time came. This made him even more furious. However, he was still absolutely confident that he could kill this youth. To be more precise, he was confident in the Mountain Lord's formation. As Dongbua Shuiying advanced, the guards in the fort were forced to retreat again and again. They didn't even dare to fight him. As he advanced along the main passageway, crystals shone everywhere, and everything glowed with a green light. Dongbua Shuiying suddenly frowned as he looked ahead. In front of him, a silver-white ice dragon about 100 meters long appeared. This ice dragon's entire body emanated frosty air, and countless divine runes flowed on its surface, faintly connecting the heavens and the earth. Seeing this, Dongbua Shuiying understood. What a powerful formation! It can actually draw upon the frosty air of the entire iron planet and condense it into an ice dragon. Such a formation must have been laid down by a world deity. Roar! The silver-white ice dragon immediately let out a low roar and abruptly swung its tail. Its icy tail lashed out at the surrounding walls, causing them to cave in. It then turned into a phantom and charged forward. It's even stronger than the tower tapir beast. Dongbua Shuiying immediately made this judgment. Chapter 420. The silver-white ice dragon's face could be seen clearly. It pounced forward savagely, its dragon claws gleaming with a cold light. Good timing. Although Dongbua Shuiying was here to save someone, he also wanted to use this opportunity to train himself. After all, it was hard to find a match for him in the Xia people's world. It would be easier for him to train himself in the deity world. Shuiying didn't even bother dodging. Instead, he brazenly swept the spear in his hand forward. The spear's shaft was bent, and the surrounding area was surrounded by a scene of black stars revolving. He was displaying his strongest strength secret skill, chaotic suppression. The spear and the dragon claws collided. What strength! Dongbua Shuiying immediately felt the powerful impact, and he could not help but fly backwards, smashing into the wall of the corridor. With a loud boom, the wall caved in and shattered. Although he had smashed into it quite fiercely, the time immemorial body specialized in survival. This ice dragon is indeed a life form condensed from a formation. Its strength is so strong, and its speed is so fast. Ho! The silver-white ice dragon roared, and with a swing of its tail, it continued to attack. Deep within the fortress, within a hall. Kill, kill, kill. The purple-scaled man looked at the battle scene in mid-air with anticipation. Kill him. The two beauties and 3 of his subordinates were also watching nervously. Commander, that invader is injured time and time again. I'm afraid he's not far from death. The formation ice dragon clearly has the upper hand. His subordinates were also discussing. The purple-scaled man nodded slightly. He does have the upper hand, but the ice dragon will need to spend more time to kill that invader. AI, their battle is too intense, and they have destroyed too many places. In the battle scene, the ice dragon was constantly chasing after Dongbo Shuang. With every swipe of its claws, many parts of the corridor would be destroyed, and some parts would even collapse. After all, Dongbo Shuang's strength had already reached the threshold of a world deity, and this ice dragon was slightly stronger. The battle between the two was simply too powerful, and even the interior of the fortress could not withstand it. Time passed second by second. Why is he still not winning? The purple-scaled man frowned, feeling that something was amiss. This invader is being suppressed time and time again. How is he still holding on? Rumble, the passageway collapsed, and debris flew everywhere. Dongbo Shuang stood in the middle, and before the shards could get close to him, they would be repelled. We've been fighting for a while. It's time to end it. Dongbo Shuang looked at the ferocious ice dragon that was charging towards him. He was only able to fight till now because he was eager to hunt. This ice dragon is pretty strong. However, it's ultimately a life form of an array. It has its flaws as well. Break! Facing the incoming ice dragon, the spear in Shuang's hand spun, and the scene of a star expanding, exploding, and collapsing into an extreme point appeared. The spear moved as fast as lightning, piercing the incoming claw of the ice dragon. Secret skill, Star Meteor Annihilation. The current Star Meteor Annihilation was a combination of the extreme piercing deity heart and the star deity heart, both of which had reached the peak of the deity realm. In terms of strength, it was on par with the secret skill, Chaotic Crush. However, in terms of penetration and other aspects, it had an absolute advantage. Strictly speaking, this was Dongbo Shuang's #1 killing move when he wasn't using the world deity heart. The tip of the spear collided with the dragon claw. Shuang was similarly jolted backwards. However, a spear tip hole had appeared on that dragon claw. Furthermore, there were even cracks extending out from that hole. This dragon claw would most likely shatter into pieces the next time he attacked. It's still an ice dragon. Seeing this, Dongbo Shuang shook his head. Condensed ice might be able to deal with a frontal attack, like the Chaotic Crush. However, against the penetrative Star Meteor Annihilation, this ice won't be able to withstand it. Dongbo Shuang had long since discovered this method of victory, but he wasn't in a hurry to use it. Again, Dongbo Shuang rushed forward and attacked furiously once more. His spear executed the Star Meteor Annihilation again and again. This was originally the power of a world deity. Coupled with the fusion of 2 deity hearts, numerous holes appeared on the body of the ice dragon. The ice dragon held furiously. It was just a life form formed by an array, and its intelligence was very low. All it could do was follow orders and kill the invaders. Shatter. As he executed the Chaotic Crush once more, the spear struck the body of the ice dragon, causing its body to tremble violently. Hong Long Long, under the frontal attack, the silvery white ice dragon, which was already riddled with cracks, finally let out an unresigned roar. With a loud bang, it completely exploded, causing countless ice fragments to fly in all directions. These fragments were formed by the condensation of the array, and even the life form formed by the array was able to display the power of a world deity. Even after shattering, each fragment was still extremely hard and sharp. This Black Bone Mountain Lord really has some tricks up his sleeves to be able to set up such an array. Dongbo Shuang praised inwardly. Fortunately, he can't rush over now. The deity world was too big. Even the distance between two planets was extremely far. The Blackbone Mountain Lord would need at least 1 or 2 days to rush over from his base to Ice Iron Planet. Thus, Dongbua Shui-ing could calmly launch a frontal attack. Regardless of whether it was within the hall of the fortress or the guards who were watching the battle, everyone was stunned. Such a powerful ice dragon, and it was defeated? Another secret skill? The purple-scaled man gulped. Moreover, it seems to be a mixed secret skill? With so many secret skills and even a mixed secret skill, he actually dares to attack my Ice Iron Planet? Commander, this invader is so powerful. He should have long been accepted as a disciple by some high and mighty existence, right? A beauty by the side said, if his status is high enough, he wouldn't even need to attack my Ice Iron Planet. If he had any orders, he could have just sent a message. Humph, the purple-scaled man said in a low voice. Perhaps he cultivated for tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years before creating this secret skill. Thus, those high and mighty existences don't care about him. However, he is indeed quite powerful. The purple-scaled man looked on coldly. However, the stupidest thing about him is that he tried to barge into the fortress. This is our Blackbone Mountains mining station. Do you think it's so easy to barge into it? A deity is still a deity. To think that he could single-handedly destroy an external station of our Blackbone Mountain? What a joke. Commander, do we have to activate the formation below? A short and fat subordinate said in a low voice, if we do that, the damage to the fortress will be too severe. The damage is already very severe. His battle with the ice dragon has destroyed too many places. The most important thing now is to kill this invader. The purple-scaled man said coldly. The Mountain Lord said that this formation is the result of his painstaking efforts. Without the strength of a world deity, anyone who enters it will die without a doubt. Dongbua Shui-ing wielded his spear, destroying everything in his way. Some of the strange-looking arrangements in the fortress were destroyed with brute force. Along the way, no more guards came to stop him. After all, any ordinary deity would be courting death in front of Dongbua Shui-ing. He had so many deity hearts, so many secret skills, and even a world deity secret skill. This kind of peak deity was definitely the most terrifying kind. Amen. Dongbua Shui-ing's footsteps gradually slowed down. He looked in front of him and saw that there was a huge and spacious cave in front of him. There were 3 other passages in the cave. Come in, come in. If you do, you'll die. The purple-scaled man and the other guards were watching anxiously. Chapter 421. The guards of the Blackbone Mountain garrison on Ice Iron Planet, including the commander, were all watching with anticipation. This was because the array formation contained within this cave was the strongest array formation in the entire fortress. In fact, it had never been activated since it had been set up, because its power was too great. This array is very well hidden. He should not be able to discover it. The purple-scaled man watched with anticipation. Come in, come in. Under his anticipation, Dongbua Shui-ing was indeed walking towards the cave. 3 paths. Dongbua Shui-ing indeed did not discover the dangers within the cave. He was observing the paths, and the rays of light refracted over and over again. The path on the left is the one that truly goes deep underground. This was mining. The miners were all mining deep underground. I have destroyed that ice dragon. After such a long time, there has not been a single attack. Dongbua Shui-ing held onto his spear as he observed his surroundings. He was still advancing. The cave was about 10 kilometers in diameter. The walls of the cave were inlaid with crystals that shone with a green light. Just as Dongbua Shui-ing was advancing towards the path on the left, Hua! It was completely silent. Numerous black, veined patterns appeared on the walls of this 10-kilometer wide cave. A large number of these black, veined patterns appeared, forming an incomparably complex array. This array was like a cage that completely surrounded the entire cave. Dongbua Shui Ying's expression changed drastically. From this array, Dongbua Shui Ying could sense a huge threat. Boom! The 10-kilometer-wide cave suddenly collapsed and shrunk. Everything within the 10-kilometer-wide area was instantly destroyed and turned into particles. Dongbua Shui Ying executed his spear arts and transformed into a beam of light. With his spear arts as the tip, he charged out of the 10-kilometer-wide area. However, under the terrifying pressure of the collapse, Dongbua Shui Ying's speed was greatly reduced. He was even unable to move. However, as the 10-kilometer-wide cave collapsed and shrunk, Dongbua Shui Ying's body also became smaller and smaller. Finally, he was annihilated. Everything collapsed and shrunk into a black. Everything within the 10-kilometer-wide cave. Finally, they converged into a black rumble. Immediately after, the black that exploded violently. The completely compressed and accumulated power rushed out in all directions. Due to the special structure of the fortress, the power of the explosion was mainly directed upwards. The terrifying power almost instantly blew up the layers of passageways above, causing countless fragments to fly in all directions. On the surface of Ice Iron Planet, the fortress was blasted apart with a loud bang. Some of the debris was sent flying, and the broken gate of the fortress was sent flying everywhere. After the explosion, the entire Ice Iron Planet trembled, and countless cracks appeared on its surface. It was too powerful. This was the true power of a universe deity. Not only was it power, but it also contained a terrifying law and profound mystery. Ha ha ha. Deep within the castle, in the palace hall, there was still no damage. The violet-scaled man was laughing loudly. Foolish fellow, so what if you're strong? A peak-level deity actually dared to attack one of our Blackbone Mountain's outposts head-on, just because of his strength. He killed the Taper Beast in a single exchange and was able to destroy the Ice Dragon. But what happened in the end? Didn't he still have to die? The mountain chieftain spent so much effort to set up a true killing formation. How could a mere deity like you be able to resist it? Congratulations, Commander. One of his subordinates immediately began to flatter him. Congratulations, my ass. What's there to congratulate? The violet-scaled man frowned and snorted coldly. The entire upper part of the fortress has been completely destroyed. Such a huge loss, and you still want to congratulate me? All of you, hurry up and rebuild the fortress. Repair every part of it. Repair everything. The three subordinates felt a headache coming on. Repair everything first. If you can't, I'll think of something, the violet-scaled man shouted. They had to reduce the losses to the minimum. Such a powerful peak-level deity died just like that. One of the beauties leaned against the violet-scaled man. Under the power of the formation, he died without being able to resist at all. In the deity world, in order to survive for a long time, one has to have brains as well as strength. He was so stupid as to charge and head-on. If he didn't die, who would? The violet-scaled man sneered. Commander, quick look. Another beauty suddenly cried out in alarm, pointing at the scene in midair. Within the scene, Dongbua Shui Ying, who was wielding a spear, appeared once again at the location of the cave. How is this possible? The violet-scaled man's eyes widened. Within the starry sky mirage outside Ice Iron Planet, the starry blue-robed Dongbua Shui Ying couldn't help but sigh. What a powerful formation! The Blackbone Mountain's Mountain Lord is indeed worthy of being an ancient world deity who has cultivated for billions of years. Although he's been stuck at stage 1, he's still able to increase his strength through all sorts of methods. According to the intelligence gathered, this Blackbone Mountain's Mountain Lord naturally cultivated a cloning technique, one true body and one avatar. One of these avatars was the Blackbone body. From the looks of it, his accomplishments in the field of formations were quite high as well. Fortunately, I only sent out my Mirage True Body from the start. Dongbua Shui-ing sighed. The Mirage True Body had the same strength as the True Body. The Mirage Deity Heart was an extremely difficult deity heart to cultivate in Grade 2 deity hearts. Those who could comprehend it were few and far between. However, once one succeeded in cultivating it, one would possess a Mirage True Body. Illusory is also real. An illusory body could be condensed into a perfect body based on the true body. For example, Dongbua Shui-ing's time immemorial body was at the 3rd level, and so was he. It was precisely because he had only sent out his Mirage True Body that Dongbua Shui-ing was able to charge through the place. The Mirage True Body was destroyed. He could just condense it again. As long as the True Body remained, it wouldn't matter how many times the Mirage True Body was destroyed. One could well imagine how terrifying the Mirage Deity Heart was. However, the Mirage Deity Heart itself wasn't strong enough. Still, Dongbua Shui-ing had grasped other deity hearts and secret skills. What a powerful formation! Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the huge cave that had expanded by a large margin and was now even more dilapidated than before. He shouted, "Whatever methods you have, just come at me. It won't be that easy to kill me. Impossible. You can't possibly survive. You can't possibly survive under the formation. Unless that wasn't your true body just now. You've grasped the Mirage Deity Heart?" The purple-scaled man's voice reverberated within the huge cave. There were others who had similar methods. Other than the Mirage Deity Heart, there was only the higher-level World Deity Heart. And those who grasped the World Deity Heart were world deities. No matter what, the purple-scaled man didn't believe that the intruder in front of him was a world deity. Oh, Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. The other party wasn't a fool. That made sense. He had clearly been completely destroyed by the formation, yet he had been reborn. Anyone with a bit of intelligence would be able to deduce this. Hong! The ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled. Dongbua Shui-ing's expression changed. The ground that had survived the explosion was made of material that was extremely stable, yet it actually trembled. Furthermore, as Dongbua Shui-ing stepped on the ground, he could feel that the trembling seemed to originate from somewhere extremely deep. Grasped the Mirage Deity Heart? Crazy, crazy. The purple-scaled man revealed an anxious expression. Grasped many Grade 2 deity hearts, grasped many secret skills, and even mixed secret skills. That aside, he even grasped such a troublesome Mirage Deity Heart. Such a peak deity should be able to easily join the Bloodshed Tavern and become a deity assassin. The Bloodshed Tavern was very special in the deity world and Dark Abyss. Transcendent assassins were one thing, but the requirements to become a deity assassin were extremely high. Ordinary peak deities were not qualified to be chosen. Dongbua Shui-ing had the Mirage Deity Heart, as well as many other deity hearts and secret skills. He was definitely qualified to be chosen. Such a powerful expert, yet he dares to bully me. The purple-scaled man was both angry and anxious. However, he understood that the difference in strength was too great. This intruder in front of him indeed had the strength to destroy their entire base by himself. It was fine if the other party was strong. More importantly, he could come back after dying once. After all, he would always be fighting with his Mirage body. Hong, the purple-scaled man's expression suddenly changed. He could feel the ground trembling slightly. What's going on? The purple-scaled man, the two beauties beside him, and his three subordinates were all slightly nervous. Following that, the ground trembled once more. Hong, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Dongbua Shui-ing, who was inside the huge, tattered cave, could feel everything shaking. The twisted metal that had not completely collapsed under the terrifying formation was now splitting apart, and the cave above him was also starting to crack. This outside ice iron planet within the starry sky mirage. Dongbua Shui-ing's real body was here, looking at the ice iron planet from afar. The entire ice iron planet was shaking and shattering. This planet is about to shatter. Dongbua Shueing could not believe it. How was this possible? This planet's gravity was extremely high. An explosion of the world deity formation had only caused the planet to tremble slightly. How was it going to shatter? Following that, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from within the planet, rising rapidly. This aura was vast and mighty, spreading out billions of kilometers. Even Dongbua Shueing, who was inside the starry sky mirage, could not help but shudder. Chapter 4:22. What is inside this iron planet? Why is his aura so terrifying? Dongbua Shueing was shocked. The original body that he had left in the Xia people's world was already a universe god. To be able to make him so afraid, the existence that the aura represented was too strong. Oh my god! Help, help! What exactly is this? Even Dongbua Shueing was terrified, let alone the guards in the fortress, including the commander. All of them were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. The two beauties beside them had already collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear. This was an instinctive fear. No matter how much he persuaded himself to calm down, he couldn't help but feel his legs turn to jelly. Just what in the world is this thing? The purple-scaled man's face paled. Wow, this terrifying aura. The miners, who had long been numb to despair, were all stunned. Although they could not help but tremble under the aura, their hearts gradually rippled. No matter what happened, it could not get any worse. Then, rumble! All of the watchers and miners could feel the world around them shattering and collapsing. Everything turned dark and gloomy. The original iron planet had completely shattered into countless pieces. The miners and the watchers were all standing on some of the broken pieces of the planet. They were all deities, so they could at least survive in space. Iron Star has shattered. Many miners and watchmen who were scattered on the debris looked at their surroundings in a daze. A star with extremely high gravity. The deeper one went into the core, the more stable it would be. After mining for so many years, it had completely shattered? Soon, the gazes of all the guards and miners were attracted by a giant golden rat in the distant starry sky. Yes, a golden mouse. Its fur was extremely soft. This golden rat was about 100 meters long, and its whiskers floated around it. Its eyes slowly opened and coldly scanned its surroundings. Buzz! In an instant, everything within a radius of billions of kilometers froze. Under the gaze of the golden rat, even the debris of the stars that were flying around froze. All the miners and guards remained motionless, but their eyes were filled with horror. What sort of existence is this? The violet-scaled man and the others were all terrified. After all, they were followers of the Blackbone Mountain's Mountain Master. However, even if the Blackbone Mountain's Mountain Lord unleashed his full strength, he would still be far inferior to this golden mouse. It was as if everything within millions of miles had frozen. Dongbua Shueing, who was hiding in the distant starry sky, could not move at all. He could even see that a star about 30 billion miles away from him had stopped rotating, and the other stars even further away had stopped rotating as well. Everything froze. The golden rat's gaze was cold and aloof. Its gaze seemed simple, but everything within a billion miles was under its control. So powerful. Dongbua Shueing truly felt the huge gap between them. This was a crushing gap, something that Dongbua Shueing had never felt before. Of course, as a powerful being, Chihua Laozu, who had saved his wife, his strength must be unimaginably high. However, the last time they met was in the world of the Xia people. The elder ancestor was merely a projection of his world. As for Senior Gobai and Hefei Yin, they were only stage 2 world deities. Although they were stronger than Dongbua Shueing, they still did not have the feeling of absolute suppression. Even if they were to fight, they would be able to hold on for a while. The person before me, even if he were to fight with his true body, he would definitely be finished in a single move. Hua! The golden rat's body suddenly transformed, turning into a white-robed, chubby man. He was chubby and looked cute. His eyes were small, and he had a few thick whiskers. The white-robed, chubby man swept his gaze across the surroundings, then coldly asked, "Who is the leader?" Schwa, schwa, schwa. Many of the watchmen turned to look at their commander, the purple-scaled man. Me. The distant, purple-scaled man trembled as he replied, "What are you all doing here?" The white-robed, chubby man coldly asked. Reporting to the Venerable One. The purple-scaled man's voice trembled as he said, "I am the 7th commander under the Black Bone Mountain Lord. I was ordered to station here and mine the ice and iron mines. Today we were attacked by an invader, and it was him." The purple-scaled man pointed at the nearby spear-wielding Dongbua Shuang. Of course, he was pointing at the Mirage body. He was extremely strong, and we couldn't hold him back. In the end, the array was activated. The purple-scaled man continued. After the array was activated, the entire ice-iron planet was destroyed. The white-robed, chubby man swept his gaze across the area. He glanced at Dongbua Shuang's Mirage body, then at Dongbua Shuang's true body, which was hiding in the distant starry sky. Being stared at by the white-robed, chubby man, even Dongbua Shuang felt his hair stand on end. Dongbua Shuang could only obediently remain silent. The difference between them was simply too great. His life and death were completely in the hands of the enemy. As long as the enemy willed it, he would have no hope of escaping. You couldn't even hold back a single deity? The white-robed, chubby man swept his gaze across the starry sky. Illusory images began to appear in the surrounding starry sky. These were the scenes of what had happened earlier. Time seemed to flow backwards, and the scenes of the battle continuously appeared, including the explosion of the array, the battle between Dongbua Shuang and the silver-white ice dragon, as well as the scene of Dongbua Shuang easily defeating the taper beast. In an instant, everything ended. The white-robed, chubby man waved his hand. Schwa. Dongbua Shuang's true body, who was hiding in the distant starry sky, was involuntarily teleported over. After teleporting tens of millions of kilometers, he arrived beside the white-robed, chubby man. "Greetings, Senior." Dongbua Shuang bowed slightly. Although he felt the pressure, his legs weren't weak yet. Furthermore, he could tell that no matter how powerful this person was, he wasn't a powerful existence. Regardless of the old ancestors' methods or the Genesis splitter imprint left behind by the Holy Master Crimson Dust, Dongbua Shuang understood that powerful existences should surpass the laws of heaven and earth. Although this person in front of him was extremely powerful, he still hadn't taken that step. "Did you come here to save someone?" The white-robed, chubby man asked. Dongbua Shuang was slightly taken aback, but he soon nodded and replied, "Yes." "But you've spoiled my plans," the white-robed, chubby man said coldly. With a wave of his hand, a luxurious gold-and-silver ship appeared beside him. The white-robed, chubby man took the initiative to fly into the ship. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, Dongbua Shuang flew uncontrollably into the ship as well. At this moment, Dongbua Shuang was unable to sense his mirage body. His mirage body had completely dissipated. Good. The purple-scaled man, who was watching from afar, secretly rejoiced. Offending such a powerful existence, that fellow is doomed. The rest of you scram. Accompanied by a formless sound wave, all the survivors fled in panic. The purple-scaled man was so frightened that he couldn't care less about his subordinates. What's going on? After flying for a while, the purple-scaled man's fear disappeared. He turned his head and looked. Other than the Black Bone Mountain Guards, who were also fleeing, he couldn't find any other miners. Where are those miners? Why did they all disappear? It wasn't just the miners that had disappeared. Even the luxurious gold-and-silver ship had disappeared. The disappearance of the ship was also the reason why the purple-scaled man was no longer afraid. "Commander, what should we do now?" A group of subordinates flew over. The purple-scaled man turned his head and looked at the place where the ice-iron planet used to be. Gritting his teeth, he said, "What else can we do? We can only report this to the Mountain Lord." Within the luxurious ship, the white-robed chubby man and Dongbua Shwe-ing stood by the railings of the ship's interior, looking down at the huge cabin below. Within the cabin, there was a large group of miners. "Is there anyone you want to save?" the white-robed chubby man asked. Dongbua Shwe-ing was somewhat surprised. This mysterious expert had actually teleported all the miners here, and it seemed like he hadn't done anything to Dongbua Shwe-ing. Dongbua Shwe-ing didn't have much to fear. Even if he was killed, the Xia people's main body could just cultivate a doppelganger technique to recover. Dongbua Shwe-ing was still very calm. "Senior, there are people from my clan here," Dongbua Shwe-ing said, pointing at the Cloud Sea Emperor. In front of such an expert, lying was a foolish thing to do. Asterisk. Chapter 4:23. Just this one. The white-robed, plump man looked down at the miners in the cabin. "Yes." Dongbua Shwe-ing nodded. The white-robed, chubby man stroked his beard as he looked down. A formless ripple descended and enveloped all the miners. The miners couldn't see above them at all. They had been teleported here out of thin air, and they all felt inexplicably nervous. However, it was already a fate worse than death, so it couldn't be much worse. Therefore, he was still quite calm. All of a sudden, all the miners felt a formless energy descend upon them. The seals on their deity seas and true deity hearts were all broken. Godly energy flowed through their bodies once more. Their true deity hearts could clearly sense their surroundings and control the energy of the heavens and earth. "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives." Instantly, all the miners shouted out in gratitude. The white-robed, plump man stroked his beard as he smiled. Instantly, all the miners in the cabin were teleported out, leaving Emperor Yunhai alone. Emperor Yunhai was somewhat dazed. He looked at his surroundings. Just now, there was still a large group of his companions around him. Some were from the Heavenly Sword sect, while others were escorted here. They were all enslaved miners. He had just been released from the seal. Why were all his companions gone? This huge cabin was extremely spacious. Why was he alone? This caused Emperor Yunhai's heart to tighten. "Senior," Emperor Yunhai called out respectfully. No response. "Senior?" Still no response. Above the railing, the white-robed plump man and Dongbua Shwe-ing were together. "They have been sent out." The white-robed plump man laughed. "All of them are deities. They should be able to protect themselves. Senior is benevolent." Dongbua Shwe-ing said hurriedly. "Benevolent?" The white-robed plump man grinned. "There are very few who say that I am benevolent. I had just woken up from a nap, and my mood is quite good. Hence, I decided to help these little fellows. However, when you attacked that fortress, you woke me up, causing me to wake up hundreds of millions of years in advance. Do you know that you have made a huge mistake? Junior is ashamed." Dongbua Shwe-ing said hurriedly. I didn't know that Senior was in a deep sleep. He knew their lifespans were too long. During their long lifespans, some world deities would become quieter and quieter, while others would become crazier and crazier. In any case, their temperament would gradually change, and in the end, it would be very normal for them to not be able to keep their original hearts. After all, if one's cultivation realm wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to remain calm under the erosion of time. Once his true deity heart collapsed, he would die. Thus, world deities would think of ways to seal their memories temporarily and give up all of their power to reincarnate. This was the craziest method because, without any power to reincarnate, it was very easy for them to be killed while they were still weak. Deep sleep was a common method used by world deities. The long slumber allowed his mind to regain its clarity. It was clear that this chubby white-robed man had been in a deep slumber before, and he must have set up a method to determine the time of his awakening. The explosion of the spell formation had clearly awakened him, causing him to wake up hundreds of millions of years in advance. "You're quite courageous. You know you've offended me, but you're not afraid at all?" The white-robed plump man said, "Previously, when I used time reversal, I could tell that you should be cultivating a world deity, grade, secret technique. Are you the disciple of a powerful existence? If I had a powerful existence behind me, I wouldn't have to take the initiative to attack this base." Dongbua Shuang said, "I've indeed had some fortuitous encounters and learned a world deity, grade, secret technique, but I've never had a powerful existence to guide me. I'm currently preparing to participate in the God Palace Myriad Flower Feast, hoping to use this opportunity to become a disciple of a powerful existence." The white-robed, plump man nodded. "My guess isn't too far off. I can tell with a glance that you've only cultivated for 2,000 years. Yes." Dongbua Shuang nodded. How long had one cultivated for? Most people wouldn't be able to tell. But for those with a high realm, especially those who had sufficient comprehension of time, they could easily tell how long one had lived. A single glance was enough to tell how long one had lived. Just like how mortals could tell how old the other was from their age, one could tell how long they had lived, whether it was a 20-year-old youth or a 70 or 80-year-old man. It was the same principle. In the eyes of this white-robed plump man, he could tell with a single glance that time had left its mark on Dongbua Shuang's body. The mark on Dongbua Shuang's body was very faint, making it clear that he was still very young. He estimated that he had only lived for 2,000 years. It was precisely because of this that he could tell with a single glance that Dongbua Shuang had only cultivated for 2,000 years. Furthermore, he had seen the scene of the battle with the time reversal technique, grasped many world deity grade secret techniques, many grade 2 deity hearts that had reached the peak of the deity realm, and many self-created secret skills. He even had mixed secret skills. A peak deity like this would definitely be able to shine during the God Palace Myriad Flower Feast. As long as you can enter the final competition and fight under the observation of a powerful existence, you'll definitely be accepted as a disciple by a powerful existence. You've only cultivated for 2,000 years. Even if your ranking isn't high, there's a 99% chance that you'll be accepted as a disciple by a powerful existence. The white-robed, plump man smiled. As long as you can grasp a grade 1 deity heart within 10,000 years, you might even have a chance of becoming a personal disciple of a powerful existence. As for the legendary grade 1 true meaning transcendence, I don't even dare to think about it. However, being able to grasp a grade 1 deity heart within 10,000 years is already quite an amazing feat, the white-robed, plump man sighed. Your extreme piercing, mirage, and star condensation have all reached the peak of the deity realm. You've even created your own secret skills. It's entirely possible for you to take that final step within 10,000 years. When that time comes, your future achievements will definitely not be low. I'm afraid that you might not be any weaker than me. Senior is overpraising me, Dongbua Shuang hurriedly replied. The mirage was one thing. After all, he had long since grasped hold of the world deity heart. However, he had indeed reached the peak of the deity realm in both extreme piercing and star condensation. He had also spent many years researching his secret skills, which was why he was so confident in participating in the God Palace Myriad Flower Feast. What he hoped for was to exchange blows with those extremely talented peak deities. Perhaps he might be able to comprehend something from them and take that final step. Once he grasped hold of a grade 1 deity heart, he would become a stage 2 world deity. Don't call me senior. Just call me big brother. The white-robed, plump man laughed. Being able to cultivate to such a level within 2,000 years, it was impossible for him to grasp hold of a grade 1 deity heart within 10,000 years. However, becoming a world deity was a sure thing. At most, it would take a little more time. I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm called White Sand. Your big brother, I have been living in the calm sea prefecture for a long time. I've built a city called White Sand City, and I'm the city lord. In the future, you can come visit my White Sand City. Right? I still don't know your name. This one is Dongbua. Dongbua Shui-ing hurriedly replied. In his heart, he suddenly understood. Before entering the deity world, the artifact Spirit Crimson Rock had already informed him of a large amount of information regarding the deity world. White Sand City, lord of the 19 prefectures of the Bloodshed God Palace within the Calm Sea Prefecture, the White Sand City lord was an illustrious existence, ranked in the top 10. Compared to him, the Black Bone Mountain lord was nothing more than a small fry. This White Sand City lord was quite a legend. He had once become an honorary disciple under His Majesty Bloodblade and cultivated to become a Stage 2 world deity. Later on, he took advantage of the fact that God Emperor had left to eat a world sand heart fruit that another powerful existence had presented to His Majesty God Emperor. After he finished eating, he was so frightened that he quietly ran away. Later on, when His Majesty God Emperor found out about it, he didn't chase after him, only expelling him from the sect. However, after eating that world sand heart fruit, the White Sand City Lord broke through once more in fear, becoming a Stage 3 world deity. According to his calculations, it had been more than 3 billion years since the White Sand City Lord became a Stage 3 world deity. Even though he had been expelled from God Emperor's sect, the White Sand City Lord still liked to make friends. His combat power was also quite formidable. Under the circumstances where Stage 4 world deities and other powerful existences did not act, he could be considered one of the most powerful existences. As such, he had made quite a few friends. Dongbua, you've heard of me? White Sand immediately deduced upon seeing the expression on Dongbua Shui-ying's face. I've heard of you, Dongbua Shui-ying hurriedly replied. White Sand City Lord, you're famous in our calm sea prefecture. Of course I've heard of you. Chapter 4:24. It seems you're quite well informed. The White Sand City Lord laughed. You even know so much about world deities. Ordinary deities would at most pay attention to the power distribution of the surrounding starfields. How could they know the power rankings of the entire prefecture? That was something only world deities would pay attention to. After all, Stage 1 and Stage 3 world deities were no different from ordinary deities. They could wipe out countless deities with a flip of their hands. Dongbua, the White Sand City Lord laughed. There are only 300 years left until the Myriad Flower Feast. Where do you plan to go? I'll send you there. I hope the City Lord can send me to any of the Starfield's capital cities. Dongbua Shui-ying said. I plan to cultivate in the Starfield's capital city for now. After 300 years, I'll participate in the Starfield selection of the Bloodshed God Palace Myriad Flower Feast. The entire deity world was boundlessly vast. How many deities were there? Only a small number of deities were qualified to enter the Bloodshed God Palace and participate in the final competition. In the Star Domain and Prefectural Cities rounds, countless deities had already been eliminated. The Mountain Wu Star Field is right next to us, the White Sand City Lord said. I'll send you there. I'll have to trouble you, City Lord, Dongbua Shui-ying said. I asked you to call me Big Brother, yet you still call me City Lord. The White Sand City Lord shook his head. Forget it. I won't waste any more words with you. When the time comes for the Calm Sea Prefecture selection, I'll be there to spectate. That competition is the bloodiest. You have to be careful. I hope to see you enter the Bloodshed God Palace. Definitely. Dongbua Shui-ying nodded. Go. I hope Brother Dongbua will have a share in the Myriad Flower Feast. It's a pity that I've never tasted a Myriad Flower true fruit even after living for so long. The White Sand City Lord sighed, almost drooling. With a wave of his hand, he said, Oh, prepare well for your cultivation. Dongbua Shui-ying suddenly felt the space around him change. The scene before him changed. Shui Ying stood amidst the starry sky. In the distance was a towering city constructed amidst the starry sky. This was none other than the Mountain Wu Starfield's Mountain Wu City. As the capital of a starfield, this city was huge, spanning more than 100 million kilometers in length and width. However, the walls of Mountain Wu City were very elegant. Beautiful carvings covered every inch of the walls. Yunhai, Dongbua Shui Ying immediately noticed a figure beside him. It was none other than Emperor Yunhai. The white-robed Yunhai couldn't help but say, "Dongbua! Why are you here?" Yunhai was extremely shocked. "I was the one who attacked Ice Iron Planet, so of course I'm here," Dongbua Shui Ying joked. "It's you!" Yunhai didn't dare to believe it. I saw an extremely terrifying existence at the end. He captured all of us and placed us in a cabin. Dongbua Shui Ying said, "When I attacked Ice Iron Planet, I was met with resistance from the Black Bone Mountain lineage. A powerful array even activated, causing the entire Ice Iron Planet to tremble. However, it awakened Senior White Sand City Lord, who was in a deep slumber in the depths of Ice Iron Planet. It was the White Sand City Lord who moved you into the cabin and removed the seals on you. He knew that we were together, so he sent us out together." Emperor Yunhai finally understood. He couldn't help but ask, "Dongbua, you just became a territory lord not long ago. Why did you come to the deity world? And you even saved me? Did you cultivate a clone technique?" "Yes, a clone technique." Dongbua Shui Ying nodded. "Foolish." Emperor Yunhai was distressed. "How could you be so foolish? Cultivating a clone technique causes your soul to split into two. It will have a huge impact on your cultivation. You should continue cultivating until your strength reaches a very high level. And when you are confident of becoming a world deity, it won't be too late for you to save me. Or you could use your status as a territory lord to ask for the help of some major powers. It wouldn't be difficult to save me then. But why did you cultivate a clone technique?" A territory lord had a special status. In the deity world, many peak powers were willing to allow a territory lord to join them. When the time came, Dongbua Shui Ying could ask for help. Saving Yunhai was indeed a simple matter. "Brother Yunhai, don't worry. Don't worry," Dongbua Shui Ying hurriedly said. "How can I not worry? I caused your soul to split into two." Emperor Yunhai felt incomparably guilty. "I've lived for so long, and there's no hope for me to make another breakthrough in my cultivation. But to save me, I caused a huge impact on your cultivation. Don't worry, don't worry." Dongbua Shui Ying smiled. "I cultivated a clone technique to save you. Actually, it was just a convenience. My main reason for coming here is to participate in the Bloodshed God Palace Myriad Flower Feast." Bloodshed God Palace Myriad Flower Feast. Yunhai was puzzled. "You're participating? Dongbua, how long have you been cultivating?" "As far as I know, the Myriad Flower Feast attracts countless peak deities from all over the deity world. As long as you've cultivated for 11 million years or less, you can participate. When the time comes, there will be too many participants. Even the disciples of some powerful existences will participate, all for the sake of obtaining the legendary Myriad Flower True Fruit. You've only cultivated for a little over 1,000 years, right? And you're going to participate?" Although he felt that Dongbua Shui Ying was extremely talented, but the Bloodshed God Palace Myriad Flower Feast? That was against the entire deity world. If Dongbua Shui Ying had cultivated for a few million years, Yunhai would still have some confidence. But only a little over 1,000 years was too short a time. "You'll know when the time comes," Dongbua Shui Ying said. "So whether I save you or not, I'll still cultivate a clone technique for the sake of participating in the Bloodshed God Palace Myriad Flower Feast. You don't need to blame yourself." Yunhai shook his head. "Let's go. This is Mountain Wu City of Mountain Wu Star Zone. Let's go to Mountain Wu City. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. After 300 years, we'll participate in the Starfield selection of the Bloodshed God Palace Myriad Flower Feast here. Yun Hai felt both moved and guilty, but he could only suppress his emotions. He turned to look at the majestic and incomparably beautiful Mountain Wu City in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. I remember that we were still on Celestial Star Zone's ice iron planet. It's only been a while, and we're already in Mountain Wu Star Zone. Could it be that we just rode the legendary Starfield flying ship? Yes, the Starfield flying ship. Dongbua Shui-ing also nodded in surprise. In the deity world, most people would rely on spatial teleportation arrays to reach a planet with life. After that, they would slowly travel. The Starfield flying ship, on the other hand, was capable of true long-distance teleportation, easily traversing between starfields. I've heard that the Starfield flying ship is extremely expensive, to the point of exaggeration. Most world deities can't even afford it. Yun Hai couldn't help but say, I've heard that the cheapest one costs 10 million deity crystals. Dongbua Shui-ing said. He had learned a lot of common knowledge from the artifact spirit, Crimson Rock. In terms of experience, he was much more knowledgeable than Yun Hai and the others. Most Stage 2 world deities can't bear to buy one. Those who ride on a Starfield flying ship are usually Stage 3 world deities or even stronger existences, or those with extremely terrifying backgrounds. The cheapest is 10 million deity crystals. Yun Hai shook his head in surprise. Starfield flying ship. Most of them were extravagant and dazzling. The appearance of such a huge ship was enough to intimidate everyone. One had to know that the sorcerer god, as a world deity and a lord of a material world, had only managed to accumulate 10 million deity crystals after countless years of hard work. The great demon god, De Hao, was a Stage 2 world deity and had only managed to accumulate 10 million deity crystals after countless years in the dark abyss. For them to spend their hard-earned savings to buy a Starfield flying ship that was more convenient and luxurious, that was simply impossible. Thus, being able to buy a Starfield flying ship in itself represented one strength. Either one was extremely powerful, or the existence behind them was extremely powerful. Let's go to Mountain Wu City, Dongbua Shui-ing said with a smile. So. The two of them shuttled through space side by side, flying towards the towering Mountain Wu City in the distance. Although they could already see it with their naked eyes, and Dongbua Shui-ing had already grasped the spatial deity heart, it still took them the time it took to brew a cup of tea before they finally arrived at the city gates of Mountain Wu City, whose walls were already millions of kilometers tall. Not far from the city gates was a star. This star had a diameter of just over 200,000 kilometers. Compared to the gigantic city walls, it was extremely inconspicuous. Dongbua, how is it? This city is big enough, right? Yun Hai asked. However, you've just arrived in the deity world, so it's best if you keep a low profile. Don't worry, I understand. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. From the bottom to the upper echelons of powerful existences, he knew much more than Yun Hai. I've forgotten that you've been to that place before, Yun Hai said with a smile. Chapter 4:25. The gates of Mountain Wu City were majestic and wide. On both sides of the gates were 2 rows of deity world soldiers, each of them tens of thousands of kilometers tall and clad in pitch-black armor. Their gazes swept left and right as they observed any movement. Although the soldiers guarding the gates and the ones responsible for the teleportation arrays are both soldiers, they are completely different, Yun Hai transmitted. Yun Hai transmitted back. The soldiers guarding the gate are all ranked. Dongbo, do you know what a rank is? I do. Dongbua Shui-ing nodded. Rank. It was equivalent to the rank of a mortal official. Anyone with a rank was a direct member of the Bloodshed God Palace. No matter how low their rank was, they were still a part of the Bloodshed God Palace. As long as they are ranked, they are a member of the bloodshed god palace. Yunhai and Dongbua Shui Ing flew side by side within the vast city gates while transmitting. Even a world deity would not dare to kill a single soldier of the bloodshed god palace. The moment they do, they would be publicly challenging the entire bloodshed god palace and would be severely punished by the bloodshed god palace. Thus, having a rank is akin to having a protective talisman. Dongbua Shui Ing laughed. A world deity would not dare to kill a member of the bloodshed god palace? Those with true authority, such as stage 3 world deities, would dare to do so. But to ordinary deities, stage 3 world deities were already far beyond their reach. Apart from that, even if they did not dare to kill openly, they would still act in secret. Of course, they would have to find a way to prevent the temporal reversal from finding out. As long as they couldn't find out anything, even if they were killed, so be it. Dongbua Shuiing was now the new master of Crimson Rock Mountain. With the countless treasures left behind by sacred Master Crimson Dust, he had a way to prevent the temporal reversal from finding out anything. Of course, these were all extremely shady methods. However, it is extremely difficult to enter the ranks, Yunhai transmitted. There are only a few people in a star field who can enter the ranks of the bloodshed god palace. For example, there were many people under the command of the star field's Department of Patrol who were not ranked. For example, there were those responsible for guarding the arrays, or some who were in charge of supervising the various places. These soldiers were all recruited to take care of trivial matters, so they were not ranked. Whether they were ranked or not could be seen with a single glance. One only had to look at the armor they wore. Graded armors were all refined by the bloodshed god palace. As for those idle soldiers who aren't ranked, their armors are very ordinary. Dongbua Shuiing nodded. I've heard that Purple Thunder has been absorbed into the bloodshed god palace and has a rank. That's right. Yunhai smiled. Among the ancestors of the Xia people, only the Purple Thunder Emperor had entered the ranks. Entering the ranks meant that one would be a member of the bloodshed god palace. It was a completely different matter. Zi Lei's proficiency in the Tao of Alchemy has been absorbed. However, even though he has a rank, he cannot leave his post without permission, Yunhai said. Dongbua Shuiing and Yunhai quickly passed through the majestic city gate and entered the vast Mountain Wu City. Mountain Wu City was shrouded in clouds and mist. Some of the more exquisite and elegant cave residences were shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult for people to see them clearly. The streets in the city were very wide, and there were countless deities walking along the streets. Above the streets, there were usually some soldiers of the bloodshed god palace flying here and there, or some extravagant carriages. Hua! In the sky above the streets, a total of 9 black-scaled mutated beasts were pulling an extravagant green carriage. The carriage was very big, and a green-haired man with triangular eyes was sitting on it. Beside him were 2 charming women. At the back of the carriage, there were 2 black-clothed attendants looking around. The green-haired man's gaze swept across the surroundings. Even some of the soldiers of the bloodshed god palace were frowning and giving way. As for the large number of deities on the streets below, none of them dared to raise their heads and look. Pa! The green-haired man grabbed a blood-colored whip in his right hand and casually lashed it downwards. The whip immediately expanded by several thousand kilometers and lashed at the passers-by below. When the passers-by saw the whip lashing at them, their faces turned deathly pale. They tried to evade it, but they were unable to do so. The whip still contained some profound mysteries. Pa! The blood-colored whip was covered in countless blood-colored seals. When it struck the passers-by's body, the skinny passers-by let out an anguished howl and was whipped so hard that he rolled on the streets. The 9 black-scaled mutated beasts continued to fly, pulling the carriage high up in the sky. The green-haired man in the carriage casually lashed out with his whip, lashing it downwards. Heart-branding whip. Dongbua Shui Ing looked back and saw the passers-by being whipped. He couldn't help but frown. He immediately recognized the whip. The heart-branding whip was a relatively common punishment weapon in the deity world. A single lash would cause incomparable pain to the soul, enough to cause a deity to die from the pain. The pain was even greater than the 6 ghosts' resentment, hex poison. "Let's go." Yun Hai pulled Dongbo Shui-ing and transmitted. That green-haired man must have some background. He must have a powerful background in the Mountain Wu star field. That's why he's so arrogant. We don't have any rank, so dying from being whipped would be a waste. Dongbo Shui-ing nodded. That's right. The deity world was too big, and cultivators always advocated tempering themselves through life and death. Thus, in the deity world, only those with a rank would be able to become a member of the Bloodshed God Palace and receive protection. As for those without a rank, the Bloodshed God Palace didn't care if they killed each other. After all, there were so many starfields and countless stars, and the Bloodshed God Palace couldn't care less about all of them. That green-haired man must have some background. Since he dares to be so arrogant, he must be a high-ranked expert, Yunhai transmitted. He dares to casually kill others, but we can't kill him. If we kill him, we'll be provoking the entire Bloodshed God Palace. Ha ha ha! The green-haired man's laughter reverberated from the sky. He laughed carefreely and casually whipped anyone he disliked, causing them to roll on the ground and wail in pain. The heart-branding whip was really too painful for him. The 2 black-robed attendants behind the green-haired man coldly looked left and right, protecting their young master. Young master is truly formidable. Nobody dares to provoke you in the Mountain Wu star field, a charming woman said flatteringly. Don't you know who I am? The green-haired man grinned. His eyes were cold as he coldly swept his gaze across the crowd and casually lashed out with his whip. Amen. The green-haired man suddenly frowned. Many of the deities on the streets below didn't dare to raise their heads. They were doing their best to avoid provoking the green-haired man. However, one of the starry blue-robed youth turned his head and glanced at the green-haired man, frowning. This glance caused the green-haired man's heart to fill with displeasure. He could sense that when the other party looked at him, there wasn't any reverence. There was no fear. In fact, there was even a trace of displeasure. How dare he? The green-haired man was enraged. He was used to being arrogant and trampling on others. Even if he felt like it, killing someone was a small matter. That starry blue-robed youth's expression had clearly angered him. With just a single glance, the green-haired man was enraged. He was enraged. He was about to attack. Humph. The green-haired man snorted. The 9 black-scaled mutated beasts understood their master's intentions and immediately increased their speed. Soon, they arrived above Dongbo Shui-ing and Yunhai. Following that, the green-haired man angrily waved the whip in his hand, lashing it down on Dongbo Shui-ing. Swish! The blood-red whip expanded to thousands of li. Like a huge snake, it instantly enveloped Dongbo Shui-ing. Dongbo Shui-ing turned his head and saw the descending whip. He also saw the cold gaze of the green-haired man on the luxurious carriage, looking down at him. Dongbo! Yunhai, who was beside him, was shocked. Shui-ing pulled Yunhai along as he moved his feet. Infused with the profound mysteries of extreme piercing, his figure became illusory with a hua sound. The blood-colored whip lashed down on the wide street of Mountain Wu City with a paw sound, but the surface of the street remained completely undamaged. Only a few faint deity inscriptions could be seen. How dare you? How dare you hide? The green-haired man on the carriage roared. His cold eyes glared at Dongbo Shui-ing. Capture him. I want to beat him to death. Yes, young master. The 2 black-robed attendants at the back of the carriage looked coldly at Dongbo Shui-ing. One of them dashed out and transformed into a black fog, enveloping Dongbo Shui-ing. Many deities on the street immediately retreated, not daring to get involved. Asterisk. Chapter 4:26. Yun Hai's expression changed as he transmitted. How did we offend such a character? Dongbua, we need to escape quickly. Shuang watched as a black-robed attendant rushed out of the carriage in the sky. The attendant suddenly turned into a black fog and charged towards him. After pondering for a moment, Shuang could guess the reason why the other party wanted to kill him. It seems that I just glanced at him and angered him, but this is too overbearing. I was so far away from him, and I only glanced at him casually, and it was because of the expression in his eyes. Is that why he became so angry? Dongbua Shuang was speechless. So overbearing? If this was the Calm Sea Prefecture capital or the Bloodshed God Palace, there would be plenty of people with powerful backgrounds. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so arrogant. Shuang inwardly muttered to himself. Even those with powerful backgrounds in the Calm Sea Prefecture capital or the Bloodshed God Palace were overbearing. But as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them and merely glanced at them from afar, they would not offend them. After all, those places were filled with crooks and honest folk, and experts were as common as the clouds in the sky. If one were to fight and kill just because of a single glance, one might end up offending someone. On the other hand, in the capital of a starfield, the number of world deities in a starfield can be counted on one's fingers. Those with just a bit of background would be so arrogant. Dongbua Shuang felt helpless. He had long comprehended a grade one true meaning, was a realm lord, and was a world deity. How arrogant was he? How could he reveal a fawning, fearful, and respectful expression when facing someone with just a bit of background? Surrender! The black fog in the sky shrouded them, and an angry roar came from the black fog. Emperor Yun Hai immediately dodged to the side, but Dongbua Shuang did not move from his original position. This caused the escaping Emperor Yun Hai to become anxious. He transmitted a message. Dongbua, run. If you're too slow, it'll be too late. The black fog descended, enveloping Dongbua Shuang. The temperature within the black fog rapidly plummeted, forming an icy aura that enveloped Dongbua Shuang and rapidly turned him into a statue. Ka, this black statue was incomparably sturdy. At the same time, the black fog quickly condensed into a human figure. It was the black-clothed attendant. The black-clothed attendant sneered at the human-shaped ice sculpture. You can't even break my spell, yet you're still so arrogant. As he spoke, the black-robed attendant stretched out his hand. His palm expanded, wanting to grab the human-shaped ice sculpture. But at this moment, crack, crack, the human-shaped ice sculpture began to crack and the arm moved. Pa! The human-shaped ice sculpture's palm turned into a mirage. It was as fast as lightning and contained the profound mysteries of extreme piercing. At such a close distance, the black-clothed attendant didn't even have time to react before the slap landed on his face. With a bang, the black-clothed attendant was slapped to the ground. His head smashed into the street, causing the ground to tremble. The black-robed attendant's body trembled slightly, as if it wanted to disperse, but it still condensed. The human-shaped ice sculpture lifted its head. The ice on its face naturally shattered, revealing Dongbua Shuang's face. This level of icy aura was too weak. To the time-immemorial body, it didn't pose a threat at all. The green-haired man in the carriage in the sky was stunned. Then he became even more furious. He immediately shouted, "Everyone capture him!" As soon as he finished speaking, just as the other black-clothed attendant was about to rush out, a starry blue-robed figure appeared in the carriage. It was also Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang swung his hand, slapping the black-clothed attendant's face at an equally fast speed. The black-clothed attendant didn't even have time to dodge. With the speed of the time-immemorial body combined with the profound mysteries of extreme piercing, how could the black-clothed attendant possibly dodge it? When this slap landed, the black-robed attendant felt his head explode, and his body slammed against the wheel of the carriage. Although his divine body was strong enough It also twisted for a moment. In the end, it reformed, but for a moment he was dazed. You, how did you? The green-haired man in the carriage looked at Dongbua Shueing in astonishment. Then he looked at Dongbua Shueing, who was on the street. Yes, there were two Dongbua Shueings. Both were dressed in starry blue robes, and they looked exactly the same. However, one of them was on the street below, while the other was on his carriage. Buzz! The green-haired man instantly activated the carriage's array. A layer of light formed around him, protecting his seat. The green-haired man's cold eyes stared at Dongbua Shueing, and his expression turned savage. You're quite powerful, aren't you? Quite arrogant, huh? However, this is the Mountain Wu Star Zone. In the Mountain Wu Star Zone, you dare to provoke me? There's no need to capture him alive. Kill him. The green-haired man said savagely. Yes, yes, yes. Sounds of schwa, schwa, schwa could be heard. This included the two black-robed attendants, who had regained their consciousness, and the 9 black-scaled, mutated beasts that had been pulling the carriage. The 9 black-scaled, mutated beasts instantly transformed into human forms. They were all men dressed in black armor, and the aura they emitted was much more ruthless than that of ordinary peak deities. Individually, the price of the black-scaled, mutated beasts was lower than that of the Tower Taper beast. However, the price of the 9 black-scaled, mutated beasts was higher than the Tower Taper beasts, and they were quite powerful as well. In an instant, the 11 subordinates of Dongbua Shueing rushed over and surrounded Dongbua Shueing. After all, he was the closest to their young master. Dongbua Shueing, who was standing beside the carriage, stretched out his right hand, and a fiery red spear appeared in his hand. Then he swung it. With a single hand, he swung the spear as though he could wipe out an army of 1,000. For a moment, the surroundings seemed to be revolving faintly. As the spear swept out, the surroundings started to collapse. The might of the spear caused the expressions of the 9 black-scaled, mutated beasts and the 2 black-robed attendants to change as they hurriedly dodged. The spear swept out. Pung! Pang! Pung! Fortunately, the 9 black-scaled, mutated beasts were able to flee quickly. They were only affected by the aftershock of the spear and were sent flying backwards. The 2 black-robed attendants were also lucky enough to avoid the aftershock. Pooh! A single spear strike caused the 11 subordinates to flee in fear. Following that, the spear in Dongbua Shueing's hand suddenly pierced towards the green-haired man sitting on the carriage. The spear stabbed out furiously, and the moment it struck out, it was the star meteor annihilation. Pooh! Even though the carriage was a treasure, its defensive arrays could not withstand Shueing's terrifying spear. Just a single spear strike was enough to pierce through the layer of light membrane. The green-haired man revealed a look of terror as he hurriedly dodged the attack. The spear's tip directly pierced into the seat beside him. The green-haired man was so frightened that he wanted to flee, and the 2 beautiful women beside him were also terrified. Trying to flee, a hand instantly reached out, grabbing the green-haired man's neck. The green-haired man was lifted up. Put down our young master. Far away from the carriage, the 2 black-robed attendants and the 9 black-scaled, mutated beasts were panicking. If their young master were to die, they would all be buried with him. My father is the Soaring Cloud Lake Master, a world deity. The green-haired man hurriedly shouted. My father and the Starfield Patrol Master are good friends. I have a rank, so you cannot kill me. If you kill me, my father and the Starfield Patrol Master will not let you off. The entire Bloodshed God Palace will not let you off either. The green-haired man was truly panicking. Too powerful. This opponent was truly too powerful. The protective array of his carriage had actually been pierced through with a single spear strike. The green-haired man shouted. Yet he did not dare to retaliate against Dongbua Shueing for fear of angering this terrifying and mysterious expert in front of him. Describing it all took a long time. In reality, the green-haired man had been riding the carriage with the 2 flirtatious women, waving his heart-branding whip at Dongbua Shuang, ordering his subordinates to capture Dongbua Shuang, and then Dongbua Shuang's counterattack. Not even a breath's worth of time had passed. Interesting. That idiot Soaring Cloud Lake's young master has finally suffered. Some of the Bloodshed God Palace's soldiers were watching from afar, happily enjoying the show. The Soaring Cloud Lake's young master has been captured. Quick, look. Many deities on the streets below had also noticed this scene. Yunhai anxiously transmitted, Dongbua, he has a rank. Let's hurry and leave. A rank? Soaring Cloud Lake's master? A world deity? The starry blue robe, Dongbua, Shui-ing grabbed the green-haired man, a look of shock on his face. That's right. My father is the Soaring Cloud Lake's master, a world deity, the green-haired man hurriedly said. Hurry, and release me. Dongbua Shui-ing, on the other hand, had a look of shock on his face. Will your father take revenge on me? Will he kill me? Before I die, should I drag you down with me? The green-haired man's eyes immediately widened. Don't, asterisk. Chapter 4:27. This young master of the Soaring Cloud Lake was truly terrified. If he were to be killed, it would be too late even if this starry blue-robed youth paid with his life. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever treasure you want, the green-haired youth said. Don't worry, my father will definitely not take revenge on you. He'll definitely, the soldiers of the Bloodshed God Palace laughed as they watched from afar. Many of them did not like this young master of the Soaring Cloud Lake and were happy to see him lose face. On the wide street, the distant Yunhai was still panicking when he suddenly felt himself being pulled into the mirage. Within the mirage. Let's hurry. Dongbua Shui-ing pulled Yunhai along as they traveled through the mirage at high speed. His mirage deity heart was only at the peak of the deity realm, but none of the surrounding deities could match up to him in terms of mirage deity heart. None of them could detect his presence in the mirage. His father is a world deity. If I'm not mistaken, he should be rushing over. Let's hurry, Dongbua Shui-ing transmitted. Dongbua, you're too daring. This is simply... Emperor Yunhai was ultimately a peak deity, so he could still transmit his voice through the mirage. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Dongbua Shui-ing grinned. Emperor Yunhai, on the other hand, was terrified. He had been in the deity world for so many years that he would hide far away from arrogant disciples with powerful backgrounds, not daring to offend them. Unlike Dongbua Shui-ing, who had just entered Mountain Wu City, he had already taught the young master of the Soaring Cloud Lake a lesson. He was too daring. Too daring. Yunhai, on the other hand, felt a sense of satisfaction amidst his lingering fear. At the same time, in another location in the Mountain Wu Star Field, Hua, there was an enormous lake and river in the starry sky, spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers. There were many cavern residences here, and a large number of deities resided there. This was one of the few peak superpowers in the Mountain Wu Star Field, the Soaring Cloud Lake. The master of the Soaring Cloud Lake was a Stage 1 world deity. In the entire deity world, a Stage 1 world deity could only be considered a middle-tier existence. But in a star field, he was an incredible character. Who dares to hurt my son? In the middle of the surging lake, a tall and sturdy figure appeared. He was covered in armor from head to toe, and he had a thick green beard and golden eyes. The green-bearded, burly man stood on the surface of the lake. His golden eyes were filled with anger. Although he had taught his child many times not to always show off outside, he was still angry. But when he heard that his son was asking for help, he was still anxious and angry. My Soaring Cloud Lake doesn't have a spatial passageway formation. The Soaring Cloud Lake Master was rather anxious. He immediately stepped through the starry sky and hurried on his way. Many world deities would not construct a spatial passageway array in their lairs, because once they provoked a powerful enemy with the space channel array, the enemy could directly kill their way to their lair, and they would not even have time to escape. Without the space channel formation, they would have enough time to realize that the enemy was charging at them in advance, giving them enough time to escape. But at this moment, even a world deity would need 2 hours to reach Mountain Wu City without a space channel array. Within Mountain Wu City, Shui Ying's true body quickly fled with Yun Hai, but his mirage body did not flee. Instead, he was stalling for time. Don't harm our young master. Everything can be discussed. Our soaring cloud lake can promise you anything, one of the black-robed attendants said. The other black-robed attendant nodded repeatedly. The young master's life was the most important. Sir, please be lenient. Please spare the young master's life. The 2 charming women beside him also begged for mercy. Dongbua Shui Ying held the fiery red spear in one hand and the green-haired man's neck in the other. He lifted him up and turned into a stream of light as he flew into the distance. The 2 black-robed attendants, the 9 black-scaled mutated beasts, and the 2 charming women all anxiously followed after him. Ha ha ha, this is going to be interesting. Very interesting. That idiot soaring cloud, Lake's young master, is going to suffer this time. The bloodshed God Palace soldiers, watching from afar, were all laughing. They were not afraid of the young master, but they usually could not stop him. After all, the soaring cloud, Lake's young master, was even less afraid of them. So, Dongbua Shui Ying grabbed the green-haired man and flew at high speed. Where are you taking me? What are you trying to do? The green-haired man was terrified, but Dongbua Shui Ying ignored him. This made the green-haired man even more uneasy. AI, why did I meet such a powerful expert? My 2 attendants and the 9 mutated beasts were chosen by my father, and they're much stronger than ordinary peak deities. But against this mysterious person, they were easily swept away. Ordinary world deities did not have experts at the level of Dongbua Shui Ying. After all, with such strength, as long as he cultivated for a short period of time, he would have a chance of becoming an inner disciple under a powerful existence. At the very least, becoming a stage 4 world deity's disciple would be easy. This is it. Dongbua Shui Ying flew for a while before reaching his destination. Mountain Wu City spanned more than 100 million kilometers. There was a region that spanned just a few million kilometers. Here, there were many beautiful and magnificent caverns. In the sky above this region, there was a huge bloodshed floating in the air, enveloped by an enormous array. This was the bloodshed region. Within the territory of the bloodshed God Palace, any Starfield capital, prefecture city, or even the bloodshed God Palace would have a bloodshed region. The bloodshed region is where the people of the bloodshed tavern and the soldiers of the bloodshed God Palace reside, Dongbua Shui Ying thought. Fighting is prohibited here. Even ordinary world deities wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. Those who do are at least stage 3 world deities. Dongbua Shui Ying was very clear about the rules of the deity world. Pow! Dongbua Shui Ying landed on the street below, throwing the green-haired man to the side. At the same time, he said coldly, "Where's the heart-branding whip?" The green-haired man smiled. "I've kept it. How would I dare to use it in front of you?" "Take it out and give it to me," Dongbua Shui Ying ordered. This. The green-haired man hesitated. "Take it out." A cold glint flashed in Dongbua Shui Ying's eyes. The green-haired man obediently handed over the blood-colored whip. The heart-branding whip floated to Dongbua Shui Ying's side. At this moment, the 2 black-robed old men, the 9 black-scaled mutated beasts, and the 2 flirtatious women landed. They were muttering inwardly. This mysterious person's flying speed was too fast. Even after risking their lives, they were still a step too slow. Dongbua Shui Ying grabbed the blood-colored whip and fiercely lashed out. Pa! The whip lashed towards the green-haired man. Seeing this, the green-haired man was so frightened that he tried to dodge. However, his realm was too low compared to Dongbua Shui Ying. The whip was like a blood-colored phantom as it landed on his body. A crisp sound rang out. The blood-colored seals on the whip revolved. After it landed on the green-haired man's body, the green-haired man immediately rolled on the street. His body trembled as he cried out, "Spare me! Spare me! Didn't you say that you wanted to capture me and beat me to death?" Dongbua Shwe-ing lashed out again and again. Every lash of the whip would cause the green-haired man to howl in pain. Killing someone from the Bloodshed God Palace was a huge crime, but if it was merely a heavy injury, it was nothing much. After all, there were countless battles in the deity world, and heavy injuries were common. As long as he didn't die, it would be a small matter. Dongbua Shwe-ing had previously been stalling for time. Now that everything was settled, he would naturally teach this soaring cloud lake young master a harsh lesson. "Sir, spare my clan's young master. This heart-branding whip will whip the young master to death," a black-robed attendant by the side anxiously said. However, they did not dare to interfere because the difference in strength was too great. Humph! Dongbua Shwe-ing coldly snorted. He continued whipping the green-haired man. He could clearly see the extent of the green-haired man's injuries. Naturally, he wouldn't whip him to death, but he would definitely not let him have it easy either. Death could be spared, but punishment would not be spared. Pa! 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 Whip after whip lashed out, causing the green-haired man to roll on the ground and howl in pain. Ah! You've always whipped me wantonly, but now you know what the heart-branding whip feels like. Dongbua Shwe-ing coldly said, "This heart-branding whip belongs to you. Spare my life." The soaring cloud lake young master was on the verge of collapse. "Stop!" A furious roar could be heard from afar. A group of deity world soldiers flew over, led by a golden-armored commander. These soldiers all emitted extraordinary auras, and it was as if they had faintly formed a single entity. Dongbua Shwe-ing glanced at them. From their armor, he could determine that they were soldiers from the Bloodshed God Palace. The golden-armored general's eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. "Commander! Sir Commander!" the two black-robed attendants shouted. "They're so slow." Dongbua Shwe-ing glanced at them. He had expected that the world deity would arrive first. It seemed that the soaring cloud lake master's territory did not have a spatial tunnel array. He would have to travel slowly. Chapter 428. "Sir Commander, please save our young master," a black-robed attendant shouted. "Big brother's wa." The soaring cloud lake's young lord, who was wailing on the ground, immediately raised his head and cried for help. "Brother Meiyang, don't be anxious." The golden-armored commander led a group of deity world soldiers as he transmitted over. At the same time, he glared angrily at Dongbua Shwe-ing. "Hurry up and surrender." Dongbua Shwe-ing grinned at him before raising the blood-colored whip in his hand. "Stop!" the golden-armored commander shouted. "Pa!" The blood-colored whip in Dongbua Shwe-ing's hand landed on the body of the young master of the soaring cloud lake. The young master immediately howled, his body trembling, "Spare me! Spare me!" "Save brother Meiyang," the golden-armored commander ordered. So. The group of deity world soldiers charged down. At the same time, their armors were faintly covered in deity imprints that linked their energies together as one. Every single one of these deity world soldiers had an aura that was much stronger than that of ordinary peak stage deities. This was the effect of the army array that had been personally set by His Majesty, the Bloodshed God Palace. Dongbua Shwe-ing did not obstruct them. Instead, he took a step back and dodged the charge of the deity world soldiers. The group of soldiers immediately moved to protect the young master of the soaring cloud lake. "Brother Meiyang, are you all right?" The golden-armored commander landed and looked at the green-haired young master. "Big brother's wa." The green-haired young master's body was still trembling. He turned to look at the distant Dongbua Shwe-ing, his expression savage as he roared, "Big Brother Zua! I, Jin Meiyang, have never suffered such pain in my entire life. That's the heart-branding whip. That fellow has whipped me more than 20 times. It hurts. Damn, I must kill him. No, I must capture him alive. I must use the heart-branding whip to whip him to death. Brother Meiyang, rest assured. I'll definitely capture him alive and let you vent your anger," the golden-armored commander said. "You sure talk big." In the distance, Dongbua Shui casually waved his whip. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out in the void, and everyone turned to look at him. Dongbua Shui coldly said, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be a commander of the Mountain Wu Starfield's patrol army, right? As a member of the patrol army, instead of maintaining the order of the entire Starfield, you only know how to act like a tyrant. Is my tyranny something you can control?" The golden-armored general sneered. "Which law forbids me from being tyrannical? It's true that there aren't any laws against it, but you worked so hard to ascend to godhood and become a commander of the patrol army, and yet you chose to bully the weak. To be honest, I really look down on you." Dongbua Shui shook his head. The golden-armored commander's eyes flashed with a cold light. The more arrogant a person was, the more they would disdain bullying the weak. However, Jin Meiyang's father was the master of Soaring Cloud Lake, a world deity. He held an important position in the entire Mountain Wu Starfield, and even the Starfield Patrol Master addressed him as a brother. Of course, he had to coax this young master. If there came a day when the master of Soaring Cloud Lake made a breakthrough and became a Stage 2 world deity, as long as he said a few words to him, he would most likely be able to help his realm rise once more. This foolish brat, the golden-armored commander, was inwardly resentful. "I want to be arrogant, but I can't take that final step to become a world deity. I'm just a peak stage deity. Everyone here is a peak stage deity. If I don't build a good relationship with world deities, how am I supposed to rise to such a high position? Impudent!" "Shut up!" The soldiers of the Bloodshed God Palace angrily shouted. The golden-armored commander sneered as he looked at Dongbua Shui. "Your mouth is quite formidable, but it's a pity that you dared to touch someone from my patrol army. You're seeking death. Brothers, go. Capture him alive. Yes." At that moment, the large group of deity soldiers behind him flipped their hands, taking out chains. Hoo! This team of 30 soldiers from the Bloodshed God Palace all had deity inscriptions appearing on their armor, and their auras explosively surged. All of them turned into streams of light as they surrounded Shui. At the same time, they threw out the shackles in their hands. For a moment, a total of 30 shackles crisscrossed, forming an inescapable net that enveloped Shui in an attempt to bind him. These chains were a special weapon used by the army. Once bound, one's deity energy and true deity heart would be sealed, making it impossible to escape. I've heard that the legions of the Bloodshed God Palace are very powerful. Dongbua Shui thought. This patrol army is considered the lowest grade 3 legion in the Bloodshed God Palace. Let me have a taste of their strength first. The legions of the Bloodshed God Palace were divided into 3 classes according to their rank. Every Starfield had a patrol army, and they were under the command of the Starfield's patrol master. They were personally recruited by the Starfield's patrol master. Even my father doesn't dare to hit me like this. The green-haired male gritted his teeth as he watched the group of deity soldiers surround him. Capture him, capture him. Once I capture him, I'll definitely, this. The 2 black-robed attendants and the golden-armored commander watched in shock. The starry blue-robed young man wielded a long spear, and he was either sweeping, stabbing, smashing, or shaking the chains. Even though the 30 chains were attacking him at the same time, they were all easily blocked by him. At the same time, Dongbua Shui charged towards the nearest deity soldier. The other soldiers tried their best to stop him, but to no avail. How is this possible? How can he fight against an entire team by himself? The golden-armored commander was shocked. As a commander, he was in charge of 300 soldiers. But without the permission of the patrol master, he could not mobilize all of his soldiers. He could only mobilize a small team, and this was his personal guard. Even so, this small team had a total of 30 soldiers. Pung! Hung! The might of Dongbua Shuiying's spear swept out. One after another, the deity soldiers turned into streams of light before being sent flying. They were either sent flying into the sky or smashed into the streets. This scene caused many passers-by to sigh in shock. These soldiers are all ordinary peak stage deities, but when they wear their armor, their strength is actually one, allowing them to unleash the power of a peak deity. Dongbua Shuiying sighed inwardly. Furthermore, my attacks have been guided into the void by the arrays on their armor, allowing me to unleash 50% of my strength. Who would have thought that these soldiers wouldn't even spit out blood? This is merely the lowest ranked legion, and a small team at that. I'm afraid I might not even be able to kill a single one of them, even if I used my full strength. A third-grade legion of the Bloodshed God Palace was actually so powerful. It was said that second-grade legions were meant to deal with world deities. Xiao, Dongbua Shuiying charged towards the green-haired male. Quick, protect me. The green-haired male was incomparably terrified. The golden-armored commander immediately pulled out the saber by his waist. Chi! Dongbua Shuiying's spear was like a huge python. As it clashed against the saber, a chi sound could be heard. An unseen gravitational force caused the saber and the spear to stick together. Following that, the spear spun and struck the chest of the golden-armored commander. The golden-armored commander's eyes widened as he was sent flying backwards. The gap between them was too huge. In terms of comprehension, he was far weaker than Dongbua Shuiying. No, the green-haired male turned into a stream of light as he attempted to escape. Pa! The heart-branding whip appeared in Dongbua Shuiying's left hand. He directly lashed out with it. The blood-colored whip, once again, lashed against the green-haired male's body. Ah! The green-haired male was directly whipped to the ground, howling in pain. You really don't know how to repent. You've just been rescued, yet you still want to capture me. You even want to use the heart-branding whip to whip me to death. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head. What a pity. You thought that these soldiers could save you, yet they couldn't save you. The group of soldiers had gathered together, and they were all looking at each other. Even though they were unwilling to admit it, they were still not a match for this mysterious, starry blue-robed teenager. He's very cunning, and he's very clear about the laws of the Bloodshed God Palace. The golden-armored commander frowned. Even though he acted, he didn't kill anyone. That way, he wouldn't be violating the laws of the Bloodshed God Palace. Whoa! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the green-haired male's body, causing Dongbua Shuiying to be slightly startled. He saw it will descend, engulfing the world before condensing into a figure by his side. It was a tall and sturdy male with a thick green beard. This green-haired male's golden eyes were looking at Dongbua Shuiying. Father, the green-haired male said, your combat power isn't bad. The green-haired male smiled as he looked at Dongbua Shuiying. Greetings, world deity. Dongbua Shuiying was quite courteous. The figure in front of him was merely a long-distance projection. Clearly, his true body was still rushing over and had yet to arrive here. Father, hurry up and capture him. Capture him. I want to torture him, the green-haired male said. Shut up. The green-haired male coldly looked at his son. The soaring cloud lake's young master was startled, and he didn't dare to say anything else. Capture what? His true body has long since entered the Bloodshed region. The one in front of you is merely a mirage body. Why are you still trying to capture him? The green-haired male said coldly. Ah. The soaring cloud lake's young master was startled. The group of soldiers by his side, including the golden-armored commander, were all startled. What? Just a mirage body? As expected of a world deity. Dongbua Shui-ing smiled. Chapter 429. Previously, during the conflict, Shui-ing's true body had long since pulled Yun Hai and rushed towards the bloodshed region in the mirage at the fastest speed possible. As for the mirage body, it had carried the soaring cloud, Lake's young master, as it fled in a big circle. Its flying speed was only slightly faster than that of the black-robed attendant. One had to know that Dongbua Shui-ing had a high realm, created his own secret skill, and learned many world deity grade secret techniques. His speed of escaping was more than twice as fast as the black-clothed attendant. His true body was safe. Only then did Dongbua Shui-ing have the mood to play with them. Furthermore, my little friend's strength isn't bad. I'm just a projection. So I'm afraid I won't be able to do anything to you, the green-bearded man said with a smile. World deity, you praise me too much, Dongbua Shui-ing immediately replied. The soaring cloud, Lake's young master, was so angry that his teeth itched. He had been whipped so many times, yet his father didn't even try to defend him. This time, I still have to thank you for teaching this brat a lesson. This brat can only be arrogant in the Mountain Wu star field. If he had dared to do such a thing in the prefecture capital, I'm afraid he wouldn't have lived past a day. The green-bearded man looked at his son and coldly snorted. Mei Yang, this little friend, was lenient this time. If he had been a bit more ruthless, you would have died. I have a rank. He wouldn't have dared to kill me. The soaring cloud, Lake's young master, couldn't help but retort. A rank? What if you met a criminal wanted by the Bloodshed God Palace? The green-bearded man asked. How many criminals would dare to enter the city? The soaring cloud, Lake's young master muttered. You're still so stubborn. What if you met a good friend of yours who was beaten to death by you? What if someone wants your life? The green-bearded man shouted. What if you meet an existence that is much more powerful than me? Your father! The soaring cloud, Lake's young master, didn't say anything, but he was clearly unconvinced. The green-bearded man sighed inwardly. He had no other choice. He had left a keepsake on his son. If he wanted to, he could know his son's movements at any time. If he really encountered danger, he could also send a projection down, although the projection would not be suppressed like it was in the material world. Because it did not have world deity energy or a soul, it could only descend from an ultra-long distance. Hence, the power that it could display was limited. Without a soul, it could only control a small portion of the power of the world from an ultra-long distance. It was very likely that it would barely reach the level of a world deity. He was not lying when he said that he might not be able to deal with Dongbua Shui-ing. If I'm not wrong, little friend, you should be preparing to participate in the 10,000 flower feast in 300 years, right? The green-bearded man said. World God's guess is really accurate. Dongbua Shui-ing was slightly surprised. I am indeed going to participate in the myriad flower feast. There was no need to hide this. Haha, you lectured my son. Instead of running out of the city, you entered the bloodshed region. The man with the thick azure beard said. The bloodshed region is very safe, but even renting it costs at least 1 god crystal a year. No one would want to stay here for a long time. Moreover, once you leave the bloodshed region, I can easily capture you alive. So, the biggest possibility is to participate in the myriad flower feast. Of course, there's another possibility. That is, you also have a rank. Dongbua Shui-ing laughed and didn't explain further. His plan was to cultivate in the bloodshed region within Mountain Wu City for 300 years. After that, he would directly participate in the myriad flower feast. The Starfield preliminaries would be held in the safest place, the bloodshed region. As expected of a world god. If there's nothing else, world god, I'll take my leave first. Dongbua Shui-ing said. The green-bearded man nodded. Dongbua Shui-ing looked at the soaring cloud, Lake's young master, and grinned. Immediately his body dissipated. Since it was a mirage body, it dissipated with a single thought. It's really a mirage body? The soaring cloud lake's young master's eyes widened. After fighting with him for a while, he still said that he wanted to capture him alive. I didn't expect that the one fighting with us was just a mirage body. Commanders shook his head and sighed. Inside Mountain Wu City, the Starfield Patrol's mansion, a green-bearded man and a skinny man walked side by side. Brother Guan. The green-bearded man shook his head and said, "My son Mei Yang has been kidnapped. Even after being whipped so many times with the heart-branding whip, you still didn't help." Help? How? The skinny man stared at him. That young man called Dongbua didn't break any laws. I'm a dignified Starfield Patrol. Why would I ignore my status and bully a young man? Moreover, Brother Jean, that son of yours is too arrogant. It's better to let him suffer a little. Tell me the truth. The green-bearded man said, I arrived late, so I didn't get to see that Dongbua's real body. Tell me, how strong is he? Does he have some sort of background? The skinny man smiled and said, Looks like you're quite smart. Yes, the moment both sides clashed, that Dongbua's real body brought his companions and rushed to the bloodshed region. As for this kid, called Dongbua, I don't have a deep understanding of the Tao of time, but I can see that he has cultivated for no more than 5,000 years. No more than 5,000 years? The green-bearded man was shocked. He's that strong? Yes, he's too young. Moreover, his strength is too high. He even has a world deity, grade, secret technique. The skinny man laughed. With such a realm and such a young age, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a disciple of a stage for world deity. Moreover, he has cultivated a world deity, grade, secret technique. Do you think it's so easy to learn a world deity, grade, secret technique? He definitely has some sort of background. Brother Jean, you've been so polite to him, so you should have noticed some problems, right? The green-bearded man nodded. I'm just guessing. His strength is so high, and he's so calm when facing me. If he doesn't have some sort of confidence, he won't be able to remain calm in front of me. Ha ha ha. The skinny man laughed. Brother Jean, you should hurry up and teach your son a lesson. This time, he only suffered a little. I'm afraid he'll lose his life next time. Understood. The green-bearded man nodded. In fact, he had already given strict orders to his son to not leave the Mountain Wu Starfield. Within his own Starfield, the possibility of his son provoking an existence that he couldn't afford to offend was extremely low. However, the matter with Dongbua Shui-ing still made his heart tighten. This person called Dongbua, I'm guessing that he's the disciple of a powerful existence. The skinny man said, this time he's here to participate in the Myriad Flower Feast. The Myriad Flower Feast. When the time comes, many talented deities will appear. Even the disciples of powerful existences will participate, including the disciples of powerful existences. Right, let's see how strong Dongbua is during the Myriad Flower Feast. The green-bearded man laughed. While these two world deities were paying attention to Dongbua Shui-ing, another world deity was paying attention to him as well, within a temporal temple in Celestial Starfield's Celestial City. Who is he? The Blackbone Mountain's Mountain Master entered a palace hall. A scene was floating in midair within the hall. It was the scene of Dongbua Shui-ing whipping the Taper Beast on Ice Iron Planet. The Blackbone Mountain's Mountain Master was a handsome young man. Of course, this was only one of his bodies. The other body was a blackbone body, which was extremely ugly. You dare to recklessly attack my Blackbone Mountain's base. Humph. I don't dare to provoke an existence like the White Sand City Lord. However, you're just a puny deity. I really want to see what kind of background you have. The Blackbone Mountain's Mountain Master sneered. He rewound time to look at the scene of Dongbua Shui-ing's battle. However, it wasn't enough to determine Dongbua Shui-ing's identity. In the entire deity world, there weren't many who knew of Dongbua Shui-ing. Blackbone Mountain's Mountain Master. A cold yet powerful voice reverberated within the palace hall. To purchase information on his identity, You'll need 500,000 deity crystals. 500,000 deity crystals! The Blackbone Mountain's mountain master's voice turned sharp. Temple, are you sure? Just information on a deity's identity costs 500,000 deity crystals? What a joke! As a stage 1 world deity, he had only managed to accumulate 2 million deity crystals after so many years. One had to know that the great demon god was a stage 2 world deity. Although the sorcerer god was a stage 1 world deity, he was a lord of a material world. Even he had only managed to accumulate 10 million deity crystals. Do you wish to purchase it? The cold yet powerful voice asked. The Blackbone Mountain's mountain master gritted his teeth in anger. He could only turn around and leave. By my ass. 500,000 deity crystals? That was nearly a quarter of his wealth. It wasn't worth it just to vent his anger. Moreover, just information on his identity is so expensive. What kind of background does he have? A personal disciple of a powerful existence? The son of a stage 4 world deity? The Blackbone Mountain's mountain master shuddered at the thought of it. Information on his identity was so precious that it indirectly proved the identity of this person. Why would such a powerful person need to spend so much effort to attack my base? Couldn't he have just sent someone to pass a message? The Blackbone Mountain's mountain master shook his head inwardly. He decided to throw this matter to the back of his mind. Just information on his identity was worth 500,000 deity crystals. Too terrifying. Mountain Wu City, Bloodshed region. Within one of the caverns, Dongbo Shueing and Yunhai were both cultivating. Many people in Mountain Wu City were talking about how the Soaring Cloud Lake's young master had been whipped by the heart-branding whip, how a group of soldiers from the patrolling army had been easily trampled, how the Soaring Cloud Lake's master had personally arrived and chatted with that mysterious expert called Dongbua, and how this person called Dongbua would participate in the Myriad Flower Feast 300 years from now. All these years. The Soaring Cloud Lake's young master's reputation was too bad. This time he was finally thrown onto the streets and whipped by the heart-branding whip. Everyone was so happy that the name Dongbua began to spread. As it spread, Dongbua Shuang became quite famous in Mountain Wu City. He could be considered a powerful person. The fact that he dared to whip the Soaring Cloud Lake's young master proved his strength. Time passed year by year. As the Myriad Flower Feast approached, the entire Mountain Wu City began to stir. In fact, it wasn't just Mountain Wu City. Every starfield within the Bloodshed God Palace's territory was in an uproar. After all, this was the biggest grand event in the entire deity world. A grand event attended by deities. The Myriad Flower Feast was about to begin. Finally, there were only 3 days left until the Starfield selections of the Myriad Flower Feast. Chapter 430. Shui Ying and Yun Hai walked out of their rented cavern dwelling. With a glance, they could see many streams of light streaking across the sky. Many deities were streaking across the sky. It's so lively. Shui Ying sighed in praise. How could it not be lively? The biggest event in the entire deity world is about to begin, and the participants can be reported 3 days before it begins. Yunhai sighed. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The entire deity world is vast, and countless deities with the most dazzling innate talents are participating. First comes the Starfield selections, then the bloody selections in the prefectural cities, and finally, only a few will be able to enter the Bloodshed God Palace to participate in the final competition. After a series of rounds, those who can reach the end can even enjoy the Myriad Flower True Fruit. They can easily become the disciples of powerful existences. I've even heard that His Majesty of the Bloodshed God Palace will accept disciples. When will I be so dazzling? Sigh. I'm still too ordinary amongst the countless deities. Dongbua Shueing did not say anything. He had no way of consoling Yunhai. After all, Yunhai was indeed too ordinary in the entire deity world. The deity world was too big. A planet with a diameter of tens of thousands of kilometers might only give birth to a single deity, but there are trillions of deities in an entire star field. What about the entire deity world? To those transcendents and those newly ascended deities, Emperor Yunhai was indeed formidable. But in the entire deity world, he was too ordinary. Furthermore, he was too old to participate in the bloodshed God Palace Myriad Flower Feast. The two flew side by side. In the distance, they could see a majestic palace. The main entrance of the palace was open, revealing a wide golden passage. Countless deities had already gathered around them, yet not many dared to walk through this passage. After all, they could enter the palace through this passage and report their names. They could participate in the Starfield selections 3 days later. Someone's gone up. Yunhai pointed at the golden passageway. Shui-Ing looked over as well, only to see an old man dressed in simple clothes amidst the sea of people laughing as he stepped onto the golden passage. For a moment, the surrounding 10 million deities were all staring at this old man. Everyone was discussing in low voices, and some of the deities even recognized this old man. They began sharing information about this old man with the surrounding people. However, it did not cause much of a commotion. The old man quickly reached the end of the golden passageway and entered the palace. I'll remind you again, you'll only have a chance of surviving the preliminaries if you're at least at the peak of the deity level. A grand and cold voice came from within the palace. Since you have entered the palace, you must participate in the battle. If you insist on giving up, you will be whipped 100 times as punishment. Very soon, more people walked along the golden passageway towards the palace, one after another, because the names would only be reported 3 days before the preliminaries. Today was the first day, so naturally there would be the most people. Don't look at how many people are joining the battle. In midair, Yunhai watched from afar and laughed. In the end, there are very, very few who can pass the preliminaries. Those who participate in the battle are usually at the peak of the deity level. He was barely able to survive. Perhaps saving his life was not a big deal. He had to win. I remember that only 12 deities passed the preliminaries of the celestial phenomenon galaxy. Of course, even if they couldn't pass the preliminaries, it's still something to be proud of to be able to participate in one of the battles. At the very least, they've participated in the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast, even if they didn't even pass the preliminaries. Dongbo Shui-Ing laughed. He wasn't in a hurry to register, because once he did, he would have to wait inside the palace for the preliminaries that would take place 3 days later. One deity after another went to register. Shui-Ing was watching from midair. Just half an hour had passed, and there were already more than 160 people who had signed up. One had to know that only 12 deities had passed the preliminaries in the previous celestial phenomenon galaxy. Mountain Wu Star Field probably wouldn't have such a high number either. Clearly, most of them had no hope. Dongbo Shui-Ing was suddenly startled. Another figure descended from the golden passageway. This time, it was a red-haired man with half a mask on his face. There was a saber at his waist, and a red ribbon was tied to the saber's hilt. He walked silently on the golden passageway, but an invisible, baleful aura pervaded the air. Many deities in the surroundings felt their hearts clench as they felt a faint sense of fear. What a powerful, baleful aura! Dongbo Shui-Ing looked at the red-haired man and exclaimed, "I didn't expect the Mountain Wu Star Field to have such an expert." Many of the deities in the surroundings don't seem to recognize this person, Yunhai said. He's probably low profile, and his reputation isn't too high. Although his baleful aura is very dense, it doesn't mean that he's strong. Dongbo Shui-Ing nodded lightly. However, this was also the deity with the densest, baleful aura he had ever seen. He continued watching for half a day. He raised his head and looked at the sky. The distant sun was gradually setting. The sun was always in a fixed position. The reason why it was setting was because the enormous Mountain Wu city had a slow rotation, just like the sun itself. "I'll go in first," Dongbua Shuai-ing said to Yunhai. Dongbua, your strength is superb. You'll definitely pass the preliminaries. When the time comes, I'll be waiting for you to bring me to the prefecture city. Yunhai laughed. Dongbua Shuai-ing transformed into a streak of light and landed on the golden passageway in the distance. It's him. It's that mysterious expert called Dongbua. He's Dongbua, the one who whipped the Soaring Cloud Lake's young master on the street? Yes, that's him. I heard that this Dongbua's strength is extremely high. Even the joint forces of the patrolling army were easily defeated by him. For a time, the surrounding people were discussing fervently. Many of them didn't know that Dongbua Shuai-ing had whipped the Soaring Cloud Lake's young master with his heart-branding whip. As Dongbua Shuai-ing walked on the golden passageway and listened to the discussions around him, he couldn't help but laugh. It seemed like his reputation was quite big. And Dongbua Shuai-ing swept his gaze across and saw the Soaring Cloud Lake's young master, who was surrounded by a group of subordinates. The Soaring Cloud Lake's young master had an ugly expression on his face. Humph! Seeing Dongbua Shuai-ing look over, the Soaring Cloud Lake's young master snorted coldly. Dongbua Shuai-ing didn't seem to care. He continued walking and soon entered the palace. Inside the palace hall, a general was sitting on a throne, and there were soldiers standing around him. Isn't this Dongbua? With your strength, you won't have any problems staying alive. The general smiled as he tossed out a plaque. Dongbua Shuai-ing immediately caught it. There were talisman patterns and numbers on the plaque, which represented 528. This was also the order of the preliminaries. Please wait here for a moment. A soldier immediately led the way. The palace hall was huge. On the left side of the palace hall, there was a large group of deities present. These were the participants of the Starfield preliminaries. Dongbua Shuai-ing swept his gaze across and saw a red-haired man with a mask on his face. The red-haired man was sitting in a corner and didn't seem to be close to anyone. With such a heavy, baleful aura, the other deities weren't too willing to get close to him. Dongbua Shuai-ing walked over and casually chose a seat before sitting down. Are you Brother Dongbua? A deity immediately came forward to curry favor with him. Whipping the Soaring Cloud Lake's young master had indeed made Dongbua Shuai-ing quite famous in Mountain Wu City. Time continued to pass. The sky had also turned dark. Dongbua Shuai-ing and the others were here, and there were also attendants serving them fruit wine and delicacies. Wow, this is Lord Patrol Master is accompanying us. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard from outside. Dongbua Shuai-ing and the others within the palace hall could not help but look outside through the huge door. They saw a handsome youth in white flying over. Beside him was a beautiful woman, and beside her was a skinny man. This skinny man was none other than Mountain Wu City's Lord Patrol Master. The patrol lord and the beautiful madam naturally released their auras. The beautiful madam's aura was even more terrifying. With a sweep of her gaze, countless deities descended from the sky. None of them dared to linger in midair. So powerful. Dongbua Shuai-ing was shocked. This woman seems to be a stage 2 world deity. His true body was a world deity, so his vision was naturally sharper. The Lord Patrol Master even seemed to be fawning over this beautiful woman. You guys stay here, the beautiful woman said to the back. Behind her was a group of maids in white. Each of these maids was extremely beautiful and had an extraordinary aura. The handsome youth in white landed on the golden passageway, while the beautiful woman and the Lord Patrol Master followed behind him. The three of them proceeded forward and quickly entered the palace. Lord Patrol Master. The officer handing out the talismans stood up. Don't mind me. Continue with your work. The Lord Patrol Master ordered. Patrol Master Guan, His Highness, randomly chose a starfield to participate in the Myriad Flower Feast. He chose your Mountain Wu starfield. Everything will be done according to the normal rules. The beautiful woman beside him ordered. Understood. The Lord Patrol Master replied. The beautiful woman nodded lightly and looked at the officer. The officer was startled, but he quickly reacted and threw out a talisman. The beautiful woman passed the talisman to the handsome youth in white and said, Your Highness, the preliminary talisman has been obtained. Do you want to rest now, or? Didn't you say that everything will be done according to the normal rules? I will wait here. The handsome youth in white was like a 10,000-year-old glacier. His voice was ice cold. Wait here for the preliminaries to begin. Yes. The beautiful woman nodded. The large group of deities standing on the left side of the palace felt their hearts tremble. Anyone with a bit of insight could see that this beautiful woman was much stronger than the Lord Patrol Master. Yet she seemed to be just a subordinate of this handsome youth in white. Who is this? The deities sighed inwardly. However, none of them dared to say anything for fear of offending her. Even a fool could see that this person in front of them had an incomparably terrifying background. Asterisk the 15th chapter, Deity World's newcomers, officially began. The new chapter had begun. Asterisk. Chapter 431. The handsome, white-robed youth walked to the left side of the hall and chose a random seat to sit down. He closed his eyes and meditated, not speaking to anyone. His entire body exuded an icy aura, as if he was a 10,000-year-old block of ice. His icy aura was rather reserved, but it contained a haughty aloofness that kept others at a distance. Interesting. Dongbua Shui glanced at the handsome, white-robed youth, then picked up his wine cup and chatted with his companion. You flatter me. There are so many experts in the Bloodshed God Palace's myriad flower feast that I'm nothing compared to. Being able to pass the Starfield preliminaries is already a great stroke of luck. If Brother Dongbua's strength can't even pass, then there's no hope for us. Brother Dongbua, don't be so humble. Time passed. Day and night, day and night. For deities, a mere 2 or 3 days was indeed a very short period of time. More and more people signed up for the Starfield preliminaries, and the number had long since surpassed 1,000. However, the most conspicuous ones were still the red-haired man and the handsome, white-robed youth with a terrifying background. The red-haired man was still exuding a baleful aura, and no deity was willing to approach within 30 meters of him. Everyone. A scarlet-armored general walked over and said in a clear voice, The sky has darkened, and the Starfield preliminaries will begin tomorrow morning. Now, everyone, please announce your name. Tongya, Wanfeng, Tsangqiu. The scarlet-armored general recorded everyone's names, then quickly walked up to the red-haired man who was exuding a baleful aura. The red-haired man raised his head, his expression as cold as ever beneath his half-mask. Shui Yun! A moment later, he arrived in front of the handsome, white-robed youth. May I know your name, Your Highness? The scarlet-armored general asked politely, his back even bending as he bowed. 7th Mayu, the handsome, white-robed youth replied calmly as he looked at the general. Dongbua Shui smiled as he heard this. What a strange name. Soon, it was Dongbua Shui's turn. Dongbua Shui said directly. After recording everything, the scarlet-armored general smiled and said, Everyone rest well and prepare. The Starfield preliminaries will begin at dawn. When the time comes, I will announce your names. Once you hear your names, you can go up and fight. Hurry up, the Starfield preliminaries are about to begin. Hurry up. Within Mountain Wu City, immortals rushed over from all directions, heading towards the Bloodshed region to watch the battle. It's a grand event that happens once every 10 million years. Only the most dazzling and powerful divine-level experts are qualified to participate in the battle. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Good wine is needed to watch a grand event. Look, what's this? Haha, winter fire? That's great. You can give me half of it. At this moment, the area where the battle was about to take place in the bloodshed region was already filled with people. Countless deities gathered in all directions. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and countless stars could still be seen in the sky. However, the esteemed guests had already arrived. As the Starfield Patrol Commander, Patrol Master Guan naturally sat in the main seat. There was also a throne beside him that was almost on the same level as him. That throne belonged to the beautiful woman. Below them, there were many other thrones. There was a total of 5 world deities and 1 peak deity. The only peak deity was a smiling, black-robed old man. General 2, it's been a long time since you came to my Soaring Cloud Lake. I've invited you so many times, but you never came. The Soaring Cloud Lake Master smiled. General 2, I just obtained a barrel of good wine. It was bought by my son at a high price in the prefecture city. I've always been reluctant to enjoy it. I've been waiting for you. General 2, the 5 world deities below were all trying to curry favor with the peak deity, black-robed old man. Naturally, they were all transmitting messages to him, to which the black-robed old man responded with a smile. Patrol Master Guan, who was sitting on the main seat, sneered when he saw this. He then said in a clear voice, Brother 2, you've cultivated for so many years, yet you still haven't stepped into the world deity realm. If this goes on, I'm afraid that your true deity heart will collapse soon. In my opinion, you should just give up on your position as general. If you go into closed-door cultivation, you might be able to break through to become a world deity. Thank you for your concern, Patrol Master. I've been ordered by the Bloodshed God Palace to guard the Mountain Wu Star Field. Naturally, I'll do my best. The black-robed old man smiled. Compared to my little life, the duties of the Bloodshed God Palace are much more important. If you lose your life, you won't be able to shoulder the duties of the Bloodshed God Palace. Patrol Master Guan sneered. I won't trouble Patrol Master Guan to worry about that, the black-robed old man said with a smile. Humph! Patrol Master Guan snorted and didn't say anything else. That's right. This black-robed old man was one of the 2 giants of the Mountain Wu Star Field. He was the general of the garrisoned legion. There were a total of 2 legions in the Starfield. One was the Patrol Legion, which was responsible for recruiting and building the Starfield. The other was the Garrison Legion that the Bloodshed God Palace had dispatched. The authority of the Garrison Legion was relatively greater. For example, the Soaring Cloud Lake Master and the other world deities of the Starfield had to curry favor with the leader of the Garrisoned Legion. The 2 great legions kept each other in check. This way, they could prevent the Starfield Patrol from acting recklessly. The beautiful woman sitting beside Patrol Master Guan was watching everything from the side. She then raised her head and said, Patrol Master Guan, it's about time, right? Yes. Patrol Master Guan raised his head and looked at the sky. He then stood up. Everyone. Patrol Master Guan's figure was thin, but he was still a world deity. The moment he opened his mouth, his majestic voice reverberated throughout every corner of the Bloodshed region. The countless deities who had rushed over to watch could hear him clearly, and all of them grew excited. It's starting, it's starting. Hurry, hurry, hurry up and watch. You have to tell me when my 3rd brother comes out. Patrol Master Guan looked around and continued. The Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast is a grand event that His Majesty has personally ordered. He hopes that the experts of our Mountain Wu Star Field will be able to display their strength, pass the preliminaries, and even the selections in the prefecture capital, and even participate in the final Myriad Flower Feast. They will be able to enjoy the Myriad Flower true fruit together with His Majesty and the other powerful existences. That would be the greatest glory of our entire Mountain Wu Star Field. Countless spectators felt their hearts boiling with excitement. They truly wished that they could see His Majesty, the Blood-Blade Emperor. Even meeting him would be an endless honor, but their strength was still insufficient. In fact, it would be a luxury for the entire Mountain Wu star field to have someone participate in the final banquet. I'm sure there's no need for me to explain the rules of the Starfield preliminaries. Everyone has long since heard of them. Patrol Master Guan nodded. Yes, the rules are very simple. As long as you can defeat this fierce shaman warrior within a period of time, you will be considered to have passed the preliminaries. If you can't do it, it will be considered a failure. In the center of the countless deities watching from afar, an enormous battle platform began to float up. This battle platform covered an area of 10,000 kilometers. Such a large battle platform was nothing to a deity. In the center of the battle platform, a humanoid creature with brown hair, approximately 12 meters tall, stood there. It raised its head and roared angrily. Not a single strand of hair could be seen on its face. Its skin was white, and its pair of small eyes flickered with an ominous glint. This was the famous fierce shaman's battle weapon. This seemingly ordinary fierce shaman warrior was actually the opponent of every Starfield preliminaries of the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast. It had defeated countless deities time and time again. Defeating it? It was far, far too difficult. Ha! Everyone has been waiting anxiously. Let's cut to the chase. Patrol Master Guan's majestic voice resounded throughout the sky. I hereby announce that the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast Starfield preliminaries will now begin. First place, Lai Shao. Not too far away, at the entrance of the palace used for registration, a general in scarlet armor shouted. Immediately, a figure walked out of the palace. It was a man with a bird's head, most likely a demonic beast. Some demonic beasts, even in human form, still like to reveal their demonic beast characteristics. This man with a bird's head, Lai Shao, walked along the golden passageway toward the battle platform in the distance. For a moment, countless deities looked over. Even the Starfield Patrol Master, the general of the garrisoned army, and the others on the distant platform also looked over. It has begun. Inside the palace, Dongbu Shuang and the others watched from afar. Most of them stood up and looked out through the palace's windows. Chapter 432. He stepped onto the stage. Countless deities were watching him, causing the deity called Lai Shao to grow excited. Begin. A golden-armored general shouted from the side of the stage. The hourglass floating above the stage began to glow as the sand of time flowed downwards. Die for me, the fierce shaman warrior roared. South. That godly expert, called Lai Shao, instantly turned into a blurry shadow. His flying speed was extremely fast, and he could probably cover close to 20,000 miles in a second. So fast! Dongbu Shuang couldn't help but be shocked as he watched from afar. His speed was already catching up to his own. The fierce shaman warrior roared as it chased after him, but it couldn't catch up no matter how hard it tried. Hua! 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 The fierce shaman warrior's body began to naturally disintegrate, and soon it turned into 12 fierce shaman warriors that were about 5 meters tall. Although their speed did not increase, the 12 fierce shaman warriors surrounded him from different directions, making it impossible for the god-tier elite called Lai Shao to escape. However, Lai Shao began to fight the smaller, fierce shaman warrior one-on-one with his speed. After the fierce shaman warrior's body disintegrates into 12 bodies, the strength of each clone is greatly reduced. Brother Lai Shao can easily defeat them one by one. Defeat them one by one? Generations of participants in the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast have tried to defeat them one by one, but how many of them have succeeded? Even if it's 12 clones, each clone isn't that easy to deal with. Everyone in the palace was discussing this. Dongbu Shuang, who was watching from afar, agreed with this point. The fierce shaman warrior was extremely powerful, and its comprehension of laws and profound mysteries was extremely high as well. It had almost no flaws. In fact, the strength of each clone wasn't any weaker than the tower tapir beast. Perhaps they were weaker than the tower taper beast in terms of strength, but their speed and comprehension of laws and profound mysteries were all superior. 12 clones attacking one by one, trying to defeat them one by one? That was too difficult. Lai Shao used a pair of short spears. After barely piercing through a fierce shaman warrior clone, he was quickly surrounded by the remaining 11 fierce shaman warriors. He shouted, "I admit defeat! I admit defeat! Ah, no, I admit defeat!" One by one, they went up and admitted defeat. The few who refused to admit defeat even lost their lives. 102nd place, Tsang Qiu. Tsang Qiu looked like an ordinary deity, and he used a long staff. Impressive. Countless spectating deities exclaimed in admiration. What a powerful staff technique. It should be a secret skill he created himself. Dongbua Shueing nodded his head as he observed. This staff technique doesn't seem to be too eye-catching, but it has no weaknesses at all. Offense, defense, area of effect attacks, killing moves, psychedelic moves. This was a complete set of secret skills. Moreover, it was created based on the grade 2 deity heart, the space deity heart. When the fierce shaman warrior realized that it was difficult to defeat the fierce shaman warrior one-on-one, it quickly split into 12 clones to surround the fierce shaman warrior. Under the combined attacks of the 12 clones, Tsang Qiu's staff was able to distort space itself. Its might was unfathomable, and after the first clone was defeated, more clones followed suit. After spending half a sand of time, Tsang Qiu defeated all the fierce shaman warrior clones and won. He was also the first person from the Mountain Wu Star field to pass the preliminaries. God, Spirit, Tsang Qiu has passed the star field preliminaries. Patrol Master Guan, who was sitting high on the throne, immediately announced in a loud voice, "Tsang Qiu! Amazing! Beautiful!" Countless deities began to applaud like a tidal wave, engulfing the entire world. Tsang Qiu quickly walked down the stage and was led to the place where Patrol Master Guan and the others were seated. After Tsang Qiu was the first to pass the preliminaries, although there were still a large number of people who failed, there would still occasionally be a deity who passed. When the red-haired male wearing a half-mask walked up to the stage, countless deities began to pay attention to him. What a heavy, baleful aura! Patrol Master Guan, General Tu, and a few other world deities also began to pay attention to him. For a deity to have such a heavy, baleful aura, he must have had some special encounters. Look at his eyes. Tsk, I think highly of him. He should be able to pass the preliminaries. Amen. I think so too. Patrol Master Guan and the others were chatting. They were also able to judge the strength of the red-haired male based on his eyes, temperament, and many other aspects. Clearly, the baleful aura of this red-haired male was too eye-catching. On the stage, the red-haired male, Shueyin, clashed with the fierce shaman warrior. The red-haired male's blade techniques were fast and incomparably tyrannical, and his killing intent surged as he fought. Any ordinary deity would have felt their hearts tremble in the face of such killing intent. However, the fierce shaman warrior was a deity warrior, so didn't care about killing intent or baleful aura. This sort of battle was extremely bitter and bitter, but after half an hour, the red-haired male, Shueyin, succeeded in breaking through each and every one of the clones. Shueyin became the 5th person to pass the Starfield selections. The order of battle was not the same as the order of registration. The order of the talismans during registration was mainly used to record information. As such, even though Dongbua Shueing had registered earlier, it was not his turn to fight. 1122nd, 7th Mayu. Accompanied by the voice of the scarlet-armored general, the white-robed handsome youth walked out of the palace. For a moment, countless deities turned to look at him. It's him. The woman sitting there now is his subordinate. This white-robed youth definitely has an extraordinary background. Let's see how powerful he is. News spread extremely quickly among deities, not to mention that this prince had arrived openly. For a moment, the attention of the countless spectators was focused on this battle. They weren't the only ones looking forward to it. Even the world deities on the platform were looking forward to it. His Highness has come out. Patrol Master Guan beamed at the beautiful woman beside him. With His Highness's strength, he will definitely pass the selections. Amen. The beautiful woman nodded. That's only natural. His Highness's bearing is extraordinary, and he seems to be the calmest of the lot. This was the first time the black-robed old man praised him. To remain so calm despite being stared at by countless deities, to be able to cultivate his heart to such an extent, I truly admire him. The other world deities present also praised him. Although it was somewhat like flattery, it wasn't a lie. After all, the gazes of deities carried a certain amount of pressure. To be stared at by countless deities, if it were a transcendent, his soul would most likely be unable to withstand the pressure and explode. Even deities would usually lose control of their state of mind. They would either become fanatical or excited. It would be extremely difficult to remain unmoved. But clearly, this prince had managed to do it. Begin. The start of the battle was announced. His Highness, 7th Meiyu, extended his left hand, grabbing a snow-white, sheathed sword as he calmly stared at the fierce shaman warrior. Roar, the fierce shaman warrior roared. His Highness, 7th Meiyu, was incomparably calm. He unsheathed his sword. Hua! An incomparably dazzling sword light streaked across the sky like a snow-white waterfall. Hua, hua, hua! His Highness, 7th Meiyu's figure was like an illusion as he walked around the fierce shaman warrior. His sword light lit up one after another, each sword stronger than the one before. Pooh! The fierce shaman warrior's body abruptly exploded. Only then did His Highness, 7th Meiyu, stop. He sheathed his sword, still as calm as ever. The countless spectating deities were silent at first, but then they erupted into an uproar. Cheers and gasps of admiration mixed together and resounded throughout the sky. It was simply inconceivable. This was the only deity who hadn't waited for the fierce shaman warrior to split into 12. Instead, he had taken advantage of the moment when the fierce shaman warrior was at its strongest to defeat it head-on. 15 swords. Just 15 swords. But the power of the sword grew stronger and stronger. On the 15th sword, he destroyed the fierce shaman warrior head-on. Patrol Master Guan could not help but laugh. Repairing this fierce shaman warrior will take quite some time. The fierce shaman warrior was made of special materials, which allowed it to be repaired very quickly. As expected of His Highness, he was able to defeat the fierce shaman warrior's strongest form head-on. Formidable. The world deities present all praised him. The beautiful lady smiled. Passing the preliminaries was already difficult, and the others had barely managed to do so. His Highness, 7th Meiyu, on the other hand, easily defeated the fierce shaman warrior in 15 swords. Later on, more and more deities went up to fight, only to be defeated one after another. The countless spectating deities had yet to calm down. Although they were watching the battle, they were still discussing His Highness, 7th Meiyu. 1,200. Dongbua. The scarlet-armored general at the entrance of the palace shouted another name. Chapter 433. Currently, there were only about 300 people in the hall. Upon hearing the shouts from outside, Dongbua Shueing stood up and walked towards the entrance of the hall. As soon as he reached the entrance, Dongbua Shueing saw countless deities looking in his direction. It's coming. This is the first time I'll reveal my true abilities in the deity world. Dongbua Shueing stepped out of the hall and onto the golden pathway. Dongbua! It's Dongbua! Countless deities who had come to watch the Starfield selections turned their gazes towards him. Who's Dongbua? He seems to be quite famous. He whipped the soaring cloud lake's young master with his heart-branding whip in public. What? You don't even know who he is? You should know about the patrolling army, right? A small patrolling army team attacked Dongbua, but they were easily defeated. No matter how powerful the patrolling army team is, they can't compare to the fierce shaman warrior. Defeating a patrolling army team doesn't mean he'll win. The fierce shaman warrior is indeed powerful, but I think Dongbua should be able to win. Countless deities discussed among themselves. Dongbua Shuaing was quite famous among the participants. Everyone believed that he had a high chance of passing the Starfield selections, but he could also fail. After all, even if the fierce shaman warrior was split into 12, any one of them would be much stronger than an ordinary patrolling army team. Humph! He thinks he can pass the Starfield selections? Among the countless deities watching the Starfield selections, the Soaring Cloud Lake's young master, Jin Meiyang, sneered. The fierce shaman warrior is an extremely rare and precious warrior. It was custom-made by the Bloodshed God Palace to be used as an opponent in the Starfield selections. It's much stronger than a small patrolling army team. If he overestimates himself, he might even lose his life. Yes, young master. This Dongbua is too arrogant and overestimates himself. I think he'll most likely lose his life this time. In a battle of life and death, he'll lose his life if he's even slightly careless. He'll definitely die. The subordinates next to him immediately agreed. This made the young master of the Soaring Cloud Lake even more ferocious. He looked at this scene with anticipation. Dongbua, die. The fierce shaman warrior is extremely powerful. You will definitely die, definitely. Dongbua Shuang, he is the deity of the Xia people. Yunhai was incomparably excited amidst the crowd of deities. He looked on in anticipation. This is the first time a deity of the Xia people is participating in the Starfield preliminaries. There were quite a few Xia people who became gods. However, no one had ever participated in the Starfield preliminaries before. Dongbua Shuaing was the first. As Dongbua Shuaing walked on the golden pathway, he could hear countless voices in the world. These were the voices of the countless deities who were watching. Everyone's gazes were focused on him. Even his gaze is so oppressive. Dongbua Shuaing exclaimed inwardly, "If I hadn't grasped the world deity heart, I would probably be affected by so many gazes." After all, he had only cultivated for 2,000 years. It was too short, too young. However, after grasping the world deity heart, he was able to tolerate everything in the world. These gazes could not affect him in the slightest. What a powerful mental state! The eyes of most of the world deities on the platform lit up. He should have only cultivated for 2,000 years or so. Yet he is able to remain unmoved by the gazes of countless deities. It is truly rare. Only 2,000 years? Patrol Master Guan was astonished. My realm is slightly lower, so I could only tell that he had cultivated for less than 5,000 years. Who would have thought that he had only cultivated for 2,000 years? Youth can only represent potential. It cannot represent strength. The Soaring Cloud Lake master smiled. This Dongbua, his mental state is indeed not bad. However, I'm afraid it will be quite difficult for him to pass the Starfield preliminaries. Jin Fei Yun! A tall, skinny man wrapped in white robes sneered. I heard that your son was whipped quite a few times by this Dongbua with a heart-branding whip? Ha! Jin Fei Yun, even if your son was whipped in anger, you can't be so biased. I'm quite optimistic about this Dongbua. The other world deities were more than happy to see the Soaring Cloud Lake master lose face. The green-bearded Jin Fei Yun laughed. I should be thanking him for whipping my son. After all, my son is a bit too arrogant. As for his strength, I'm not speaking carelessly. With his strength, it will be quite difficult for him to defeat the fierce shaman warrior. In this Starfield preliminaries of our Mountain Wu Starfield, in terms of strength, the one with the most potential to shine in the future, is still His Highness 7th Mei Yu. In the end, this Dongbua is still lacking compared to His Highness 7th Mei Yu. Amen. His Highness 7th Mei Yu is indeed formidable. His Highness easily defeated the fierce shaman warrior in just 15 sword strikes. Moreover, it was the fierce shaman warrior in its strongest form. One world deity after another praised 7th Mei Yu. The beautiful woman seated high above smiled. Although she felt that Dongbua Shuang was young and had potential, how could he compare to Her Highness? The difference was naturally too great. Dongbua Shuang walked through the golden passageway and finally stepped onto the stage. On the platform, Dongbua Shuang suddenly felt the surrounding noises become much quieter. Countless deities, including the world deities on the distant platform, were staring at him, waiting for the battle to begin. Amen. Dongbua Shuang turned his head to look at the distant platform. With a single glance, he saw the master of the soaring cloud lake, Jin Fei Yin. He probably hopes for me to be defeated so that I won't be able to continue participating in the myriad flower feast. Then, as soon as I enter the bloodshed region, I'll be at his mercy. What a pity. You'll be disappointed. Dongbua Shuang thought to himself. He then looked at the opponent in front of him. The fierce shaman warrior's body was covered in brown fur, and its face was fair. Its beady eyes stared at Dongbua Shuang, flickering with an ominous glint. Begin! The golden-armored general's voice boomed out, reverberating throughout the world. Inside the stage, the hourglass suspended in midair began to turn upside down, and the sands of time began to flow. Dongbua Shuang looked at the fierce shaman warrior in front of him. With a wave of his right hand, a thick black spear appeared in his hand. This spear was also the standard weapon provided by the patrol master. Ho! The fierce shaman warrior first raised its head and roared, its roar producing shockwaves visible to the naked eye. Dongbua Shuang continued to watch calmly. The fierce shaman warrior was slightly startled. Based on its experience, its opponents would usually run at full speed, using their speed to increase the distance between them and force it to split into 12 clones. However, this starry blue-robed youth in front of it was actually standing there without moving. This caused it to feel puzzled. You're actually not running? Brat die. The fierce shaman warrior revealed its ferocious mouth and stomped on the ground of the platform. So, it transformed into a ray of light. The fierce shaman warrior charged forward with incomparable savagery. If it were to split into 12 clones, the power of each clone would decrease. As such, it was at its most perfect when it was not split. The laws of profound mysteries of strength and speed were balanced in all aspects. If the taper beast was compared to it, the latter would be too stupid and would be easily defeated. Hong, the fierce shaman warrior, pounced forward, its pair of sharp claws striking out at the same time. A black and white vortex could be faintly seen on its claws. One claw was surrounded by a black vortex, while the other was surrounded by a white vortex. Even the surrounding space began to distort. Dongbua Shuang finally moved. Hong! At once, he waved the spear with both hands, raising it high and hacking down furiously. As he hacked down, the surrounding dark stars began to revolve, causing everything around him to collapse and be destroyed. The entire spear seemed to turn black. After entering the deity world and cultivating for more than 300 years, the secret skill that Dongbua Shuang had spent the most effort on, the chaotic suppression, had become even more perfect. His strength had reached the threshold of a world deity, and the secret skill that he used was even more powerful, the chaotic suppression. This secret skill had been created when he was still a transcendent. It was also combined with the world deity grade secret skill, the great chaotic true force. This secret skill had been perfected to an extremely high level. In the past, when Dongbua Shuang fought against the Taper Beast, because the Taper Beast's realm was relatively low, he had relied on brute force to defeat it. He had not even used this secret skill. Amen. The fierce shaman warrior was startled. Its figure flickered as it attempted to dodge the spear, its long claws continuing to attack. But no matter how it tried to dodge, the spear came slashing down. It was filled with a majestic aura, like an endless black hole that could devour everything. No matter how it tried, it could not be dodged and could only face it head-on. You want to face me head-on? The fierce shaman warrior raised both its claws to block the spear. It was prepared to block the attack first before tearing apart the youth in front of it. Pum! The claws and the spear clashed. An endless amount of terrifying power passed through the claws and into the fierce shaman warrior's body. The fierce shaman warrior's eyes widened, and with a pung, its entire body exploded. Hua! After that furious spear strike, Dongbua Shue Ing charged forward for another 30 meters before stopping. The world suddenly turned silent, complete silence. Whether it was the countless deities watching the battle, the young master of the soaring cloud lake, Yun Hai, or the world deities on the high platform, all of them were staring at the dueling platform in silence. This scene caused all of the spectators to be somewhat dazed. One move, just a furious spear strike, had caused the fierce shaman warrior to explode. Both sides clashed, and the fierce shaman warrior exploded. Dongbua Shue Ing turned his head to look at the high platform. At this time, the Starfield Patrol Master Guan finally came to his senses. Unable to conceal his excitement, he stood up and announced, Deity Dongbua has defeated the fierce shaman warrior in one move. He has passed the Starfield preliminaries. Chapter 434. The countless spectators who had been silent all this while suddenly burst into an uproar. Cheers, shouts, exclamations, and discussions mixed together to form a huge sound wave that engulfed the world. Too powerful. This is crazy. One move, just one move, and the fierce shaman warrior exploded. This is even more powerful than His Highness. This Dongbo is too strong. It looks like my Mountain Wu star field is going to show its face this time. I dare say that this Dongbo will be very dazzling even during the prefecture capital's bloody selections. I must go there and watch the battle. Teleporting to the prefectural bloody selection costs 20 deity crystals. Isn't it just 20 deity crystals? How many years can we live after becoming deities? If we live for too long, we'll go crazy and our true deity hearts will collapse. To be able to watch a deity of the Mountain Wu Star field display his abilities in the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast, let alone 20 deity crystals, even 100 would be worth it. These deities were all incomparably excited. Peak deities usually only had a few hundred deity crystals. If it was a late-stage or mid-stage deity, the amount of divinity crystals accumulated would be even less. Just one teleportation cost 20 deity crystals. The price was too high, but for the sake of watching the battle, they were willing to go all out. Let's go all out. Too powerful. I've lived for more than 30 million years, and I've seen a total of 4 Starfield selections. This one is the most powerful. I thought that His Highness was already very powerful, but this Dongbo, he really scared me. He's definitely the most powerful deity I've ever seen. I must go to the prefectural bloody selection, even if it costs 20 deity crystals. In the past, even if they passed the Starfield selections, they wouldn't have any hope of standing out in the prefectural bloody selection. But this Dongbo, I feel that he can make a name for himself. He even has a high chance of representing the entire Calm Sea Prefecture in the Bloodshed God Palace. In front of His Majesty, in front of all the powerful existences, he'll participate in the final Bloodshed God Palace battle. Ah, this is someone from our Mountain Wu star field. These deities were incomparably excited. Too powerful. Among the countless spectators, the soaring cloud lake's young master Jin Meiyang's face turned ashen. He even noticed that many deities nearby were looking at him. Damn it. Jin Meiyang gritted her teeth. Jean Mayong looked at Dongbua Shuang, who was being led by a soldier to the high platform. This scene made Jean Mayong feel as if his heart was being bitten by countless insects. How can he be so strong? He's this strong? At this moment, Jean Mayong finally understood that when Dongbua Shuang fought with him previously, he was just toying with him. From the beginning to the end, he did not reveal his true strength. Does this mean that I will never have the chance to take revenge? No, there is also the bloody screening in the prefecture capital. Although he is powerful, the prefecture capital is the place where the entire Sea prefecture is screened. Furthermore, the screening is extremely bloody and cruel, so it is very likely that he will die during this election. Jean Mayong understood that he did not have the strength to take revenge. But the viciousness in his bones made him look forward to Shui Ying's downfall. This way, please. The soldier led the way. Dongbua Shui Ying followed suit, walking towards the high platform. At the highest point of the high platform were the patrol master and the beautiful woman, while the world deities and the black-robed old man sat to their sides. Below them were the deities who had passed the selection, including Tsang Qiu, the red-haired man with half a mask, and His Highness, 7th Meiyu. All of them were seated there. Please. Dongbua Shui Ying was led to a seat as well. Those who had passed through the selections were seated in order. So Shui Ying was naturally seated next to the handsome, white-robed teenager, His Highness, 7th Meiyu. Little friend Dongbua, your strength is truly formidable. The patrol master looked down at Dongbua Shui Ying with a smile. For our Mountain Wu Star Field to produce such an expert is truly our Mountain Wu Star Field's fortune. This time, it seems that I, Old Guan, will have to show my face in the prefecture capital. Haha, when the time comes, I will have the qualifications to boast and show off in front of the army lord, the black-robed old man said with a smile. The two big shots of the Mountain Wu Star Field simultaneously praised. The other world deities also began to praise Dongbua Shuang. It seems that little friend Dongbua and I are fated to meet, the Soaring Cloud Lake's master, Jin Fei Yun, said. Last time, I could tell that little friend's strength was extraordinary, and I was afraid that a mere projection of mine wouldn't be able to deal with him. But now, it seems that I have underestimated little friend. Last time, both of us weren't in our true bodies. Now that we meet again, I have to thank little friend. Honestly, after receiving a few whips from you, my son has become much more obedient. Jin Fei Yun, your skin is truly thick. Isn't it common knowledge that his skin is thick? Little friend Dongbua, you have to give it your all. Who knows, you might be able to pass through the prefecture capital's selections. At that time, you will be qualified to enter the Bloodshed God Palace and participate in the Bloodshed God Palace battle. Given your age, it should be easy for you to enter the tutelage of a powerful existence. When the time comes, I might need little friend Dongbua to take care of me. These world deities didn't put on any airs when facing Dongbua Shuang. Dongbua Shuang could only respond with 1 or 2 sentences or a smile. Formidable. He's much more formidable than us. If we go to the prefecture capital and admit defeat, we might be able to survive. This Dongbua is truly formidable. Including Dongbua Shuang, there were a total of 12 people who had passed through the selections. The rest of them were quietly discussing the matter through voice transmissions. The solitary red-haired man, who was emanating a baleful aura, watched everything coldly and snorted faintly. Dongbua Shuang's ears were extremely sensitive, and he heard the cold snort as well. He turned his head and saw that the red-haired man was also looking at Dongbua Shuang coldly. This person's baleful aura is quite heavy, and his temper is quite strange. Dongbua Shuang had originally intended to befriend him, but he immediately gave up on the idea. Not suitable. Your spear technique is quite formidable. A voice came from the side. It was clear and cold, but it was pleasing to the ears. Dongbua Shui-ing turned his head and saw that it was the white-robed handsome youth, His Highness 7th Meiyu. His Highness 7th Meiyu was dressed in white, and his entire body was clean and clean. His aura was like that of a 10,000-year-old glacier. Even though it was cold, it was clean and pure. His eyes were clear and penetrating, as if there were no impurities in them. When making friends, everyone liked to be straightforward. His Highness 7th Meiyu, Dongbua Shuang, seemed to be the kind of person who didn't like to play tricks. His every word and action was straightforward. "It's just that I'm slightly stronger," Dongbua Shuang said modestly. "If it's just your strength, the fierce shaman warrior's laws of profound mysteries are able to neutralize 99% of the force. On the other hand, it couldn't neutralize the force of your spear technique at all. Instead, it directly seeped into its body, causing it to explode in an instant," 7th Meiyu said. "Such a spear technique is extremely difficult to block. His Highness's sword technique is also very powerful. I specialize in strength, so I succeeded in one move. His Highness's sword technique is unpredictable, which is why I needed 15 moves to kill him. His Highness, and I specialize in different aspects," Dongbua Shuang said. These were his heartfelt words. His Highness 7th Meiyu was indeed very powerful. 7th Meiyu nodded lightly. "You don't need to call me Highness. Just call me Meiyu. Brother Meiyu." Dongbua Shuang called out, "Brother Dongbua." 7th Meiyu nodded slightly. Even though he was a proud and aloof person, he still had sufficient respect for powerful experts. Clearly, Dongbua Shuang was the only one worthy of his respect. As for the others, he ignored them. Time passed. Battle after battle continued. However, there were no longer any deity experts like Dongbua Shuang or 7th Meiyu who could easily kill the fierce shaman warrior. The world deities on the high platform were also casually watching the battles, occasionally chatting with each other. "Little friend Dongbua," the patrol master suddenly called out. "Patrol master," Dongbua Shuang hastily replied. "I wonder which star of our Mountain Wu star field, little friend Dongbua, are you from?" Patrol Master Guan smiled. "Or are you from somewhere else? If you're from my Mountain Wu star field, as the patrol master of this star field, I might be able to lend you a hand." Dongbua Shuang understood that this patrol master thought highly of him and was expressing his goodwill. He immediately said, "Thank you, patrol master. However, I'm not from any star of the Mountain Wu star field. My hometown isn't in the deity world, but in the material world." "Material world?" Patrol Master Guan nodded in surprise. "Oh, so a deity expert has appeared in the material world. How rare. You said that you're from the material world." The beautiful woman beside Patrol Master Guan suddenly asked, "You've only cultivated for 2,000 years, yet you've already reached such a realm. Furthermore, you're from the material world? In that case, have you already refined the heart of the realm and become a lord of the material world?" Shua. Immediately, the gazes of Patrol Master Guan, General 2, the group of world deities 7th Meiyu, and the others who had passed the Starfield selections all landed on Dongbua Shuang. A lord of the material world? Chapter 435. This Madame Sang was absolutely right. He had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, yet his realm was already so high, and he was born in the material realm. It was almost certain that he was a lord of a material realm. I was just lucky. Dongbua Shuang laughed, admitting it very naturally. A lord of a material realm? He really is a lord of a material realm? The other deities who had passed through the Starfield selections looked at Dongbua Shuang with shock and envy. The half-masked red-haired man had a complicated look in his eyes as well. He couldn't be jealous even if he wanted to. Even the high-ranking 7th Meiyu looked at Dongbua Shuang and couldn't help but say, "I really envy Brother Dongbua." "Ha ha ha!" The patrol master seated on his throne laughed and sighed. Little friend Dongbua is truly admirable and enviable. His strength is so high at such a young age, and his future is limitless. But he's actually a lord of a material realm. I'm very envious. I'm even willing to exchange all my treasures and even my position as the Starfield Patrol Master, just to become a lord of a material realm. Unfortunately, there's no way to exchange for that. Patrol Master Guan, even if you were born in the material realm, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to become a lord of a material realm. The black-robed elder, General 2, said, "There aren't any powerful seniors in the material realm. As for demigod transcendents only have an inkling of the laws of heaven and earth. Their guidance might even make the path of cultivation more difficult." Dongbua Shui nodded. "That's right. The higher one's realm, the more one would understand how difficult it was to guide others in cultivation, unless they were like powerful existences who had already transcended the laws of heaven and earth. Their guidance was the one that truly hit the nail on the head, pointing straight to the essence. As for the guidance he received from Si Kongyang and the rest when he was still young and inexperienced, perhaps it would have been fine if they had only given guidance to ordinary transcendents. But if they had given guidance to the truly talented ones, it would have been misleading. Si Kongyang and the rest couldn't be blamed. They were only demigods back then, and their understanding of the laws of heaven and earth was too shallow. Without a good teacher, one has to figure everything out on their own. To reach the peak of the deity realm within 10,000 years is simply too difficult. The black-robed elder sighed. Everything has its two sides. The beautiful woman sitting at the very top also said, "Without the guidance of a good master, although cultivation is difficult, once you succeed, you will become a material world lord." After becoming a lord of a material world, as long as one cultivates a doppelganger technique, leaving one body in the material world and the other outside, no matter how powerful a world deity is, they will not be able to kill a lord of a material world. Yes, Patrol Master Guan, General 2, the other universe gods, including those who had passed the Starfield preliminaries, were all extremely envious. That was right. It was impossible for anyone below the Almighty to kill a material world lord. Even the lofty stage for world deities whose strength was close to that of powerful existences would at most be able to kill the avatars of the lords of a material realm. The true body of the lords of a material realm, on the other hand, was absolutely safe. After all, how many almighty existences were there in the entire god realm? It was very difficult to provoke a powerful existence. In the immortal world, one had to be wary of provoking a powerful enemy or accidentally provoking an existence with a powerful background. However, becoming a lord of a material world was equivalent to having a supreme, protective talisman. Even if others wanted to offend such an existence, they would have to think twice before making an enemy out of an unkillable existence. Furthermore, a material world lord could go adventuring in places without fear of death, obtaining treasures. I'm so envious. Everyone present was envious. Being born in the deity world and the material world had its pros and cons. In the deity world, the energy of the world was much more turbulent, and becoming a transcendent was much easier. Moreover, those with sufficient talent could easily receive guidance from powerful seniors. Some might even be taken in as disciples by powerful world deities. World deities all grasped hold of at least a grade 1 deity heart, and their guidance would be of great help to one's cultivation. The path of cultivation would be 10 to 100 times easier. As for the material world, everything depended on oneself. Reaching the peak of the deity realm within 10,000 years was much harder than in the deity world. However, in the material world, even if one could not become a lord of a material world, it was still safer, unlike in the deity world. Everything had its pros and cons, Brother Dongbua. Have you cultivated a doppelganger technique? Her Highness 7th Mei Yu suddenly asked. Everyone present reacted, and the patrol master hurriedly asked, "Little friend Dongbua, you didn't come here with your real body, did you?" I have indeed cultivated a doppelganger technique. Dongbua Shuang nodded without hiding anything. Why are you so? The patrol master couldn't help but shake his head. Cultivating a doppelganger technique causes your soul to split into two, which will affect your comprehension of cultivation. You can always cultivate it again and wait for the next myriad flower feast. Dongbua Shuang laughed. Wait for another 10 million years? It's not that I'm arrogant, but I feel that I should have become a world deity in 10 million years. Amen. Patrol Master Guan and the other world deities agreed inwardly. To reach such a realm in 2,000 years, becoming a world deity in 10 million years was indeed an easy task. At that time, I won't be able to participate in the myriad flower feast and enjoy the myriad flower true fruit. Dongbua Shuang laughed. My current cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and I'm only a small step away from becoming a world deity. However, this step is like a heavenly moat that cannot be completed in a short period of time. Thus, after much consideration, I decided to cultivate a doppelganger technique and participate in the myriad flower feast. Firstly, I can use this opportunity to temper my strength. Secondly, as long as I can head to the Bloodshed God Palace, I believe that with my years of cultivation, I will have a high chance of becoming a disciple of a powerful existence. The beautiful woman said, Little friend Dongbua, as long as you head to the Bloodshed God Palace, you will definitely become a disciple of a powerful existence. With the guidance of a powerful existence, I believe that I will be able to break through the final step much faster. Dongbua Shuang laughed. Being able to participate in the myriad flower feast, enjoying the myriad flower true fruit, and becoming a disciple of a powerful existence earlier, for many reasons, I feel that it is worth cultivating a doppelganger technique. That's true. There are gains and losses. The myriad flower true fruit's assistance to one's soul can completely make up for the loss of splitting into two. The world deities all understood Dongbua Shuang's choice. Either he would silently cultivate in seclusion for millions or tens of millions of years, or he would dazzlingly participate in the myriad flower feast and become a disciple of a powerful existence. It was likely that many would choose the latter. The entire Starfield selections were still in progress. Even though there were some who managed to pass the selections, the Patrol Master, General 2, and the world deities on the high platform were still chatting casually with Shuang. Clearly, Dongbua Shuang's position in their hearts had risen significantly. Finally, after a full 12 days of Starfield selections, the Mountain Wu Starfield selections finally came to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast has officially ended with the Starfield selections of my Mountain Wu Starfield. A total of 16 deities from my Mountain Wu Starfield have passed, including stunning experts like Dongbua and 7th Meiyu. I believe that the deities of my Mountain Wu Starfield will be able to display their true strength in the prefecture battle, and they might even have the chance to represent the Calm Sea Prefecture in the Bloodshed God Palace. The final Bloodshed God Palace battle will be held in front of His Majesty and the powerful existences. Patrol Master Guan's voice was brimming with confidence. Below, the soldiers of the Legion were maintaining order, allowing the spectators to leave the Bloodshed region. Let's go. Patrol Master Guan also looked around. The 16 who passed the preliminaries will also follow me to my mansion. Stay there for a year, and after that, I'll bring all of you to the prefecture battle. If you have any subordinates or friends, you can bring them along. My mansion is very large and you can all stay there. Powerful deities usually had their own subordinates and followers. Soon, Patrol Master Guan, Madame Sang, General 2, and a group of world deities flew majestically in the sky. 7th Meiyu, Eastern Europe's snow eagle, and the rest of the 16 deities were behind them, each with their own people. Dongbua Shuang only brought Yunhai with him. His Highness, 7th Meiyu, had brought the most people with her. A group of white-robed maids followed her, and every single one of them was an extraordinary deity. They were probably much stronger than the soldiers of the Legion. Dongbua, I'm about to go crazy from watching this, Yunhai said as he flew beside Dongbua Shuang. Should we tell the Xia people about this? Let them be happy as well. Let's tell them, Dongbua Shuang said with a smile. All right, I'll tell them, including Violet Thunder and the others. Let them be happy. Yunhai could hardly conceal his excitement. Dongbua Shuang smiled faintly. Under Patrol Master Guan's lead, although Dongbua Shuang and the others weren't flying very fast, the space around them was constantly changing. Patrol Master Guan was, after all, in charge of the city. Thus, it only took a moment for Dongbua Shuang to see the extravagant mansion in the distance, the mansion of the Lord Patrol Master. Chapter 436. Dongbua Shuang and Yunhai were temporarily staying at the Chief Patrol's mansion. Meanwhile, in different regions of the divine world, the ancestor deities of the Xia clan who were still alive had all received the news from the Cloud Sea. Dongbo passed the Starfield preliminaries and defeated the fierce shaman warrior with just one move. The amiable-looking old man, the Purple Thunder Emperor, who was currently stationed on a star, was overjoyed when he received the news. Excellent. This is the first person in the history of the Xia people to participate in the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast. Dongbo truly lives up to his reputation as the strongest deity in the history of the Xia people. MN, I'll definitely be there to watch the calm Sea Prefecture's prefecture capital battle. Although the army had its own rules, it wasn't as if they were completely heartless. After all, what kind of grand occasion was the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast? These soldiers could also send divine power clones to watch the battle, and they would be sent over in batches. Even the teleportation fee was waived. The Purple Thunder Emperor didn't go to watch the Star Zone preliminaries because he was more engrossed in the Tao of alchemy. However, he knew that Dongbo was going to participate in the prefecture city battle, so he naturally had to go. Myriad Flower Feast Prefecture Battle. One of the ancestors of the Xia people, a loner who had also reached the peak of the deity level, the Crimson Flame Emperor, was incomparably excited when he heard the news. Wonderful, wonderful. I must definitely go and watch the prefectural city battles. Good heavens, Dongbua is really amazing. He defeated the fierce shaman warrior with a single move? I'm too weak and I've offended enemies. I'm in hiding now. Why don't I go to the prefectural city and seek refuge with Dongbo? Most of the ancestors of the Xia people decided to head to the calm Sea Prefecture city, with the exception of a few who were unable to make it to the calm Sea Prefecture. There were even some who were too weak and had to sell their deity weapons and treasures to gather 20 deity crystals to spectate the battle. This way, they would be able to rely on Dongbua Shuang when the time came. After all, Dongbua Shuang could be considered as a huge backer. Hugging onto this thick thigh would make their days much better. In the future, when Dongbua Shuang's status rises and he becomes stronger, he would definitely trust the Xia people even more. After the ancestors of the Xia people heard the news, they were all excited and proud. In the physical realm, within the world of the Xia people, the news of Dongbua Shuang passing the preliminaries of the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast was known to very few. That generation is getting fewer and fewer. Dongbua Shuang, who was dressed in white, stood at the top of Snorok Mountain, looking at the world from afar. His eyes pierced through the obstacles of space and saw Emperor Xia's city. He had cultivated for more than 2,300 years. Even if he subtracted the 600 years of time acceleration, it would still be more than 1,700 years. After so many years, the Palace Lord Qin, Mountain Lord He, Sikong Yang, City Lady Bu, Grand Elder Palace Head, Master Gongyu, and the others had long reached the end of their lifespans. Dongbua Shuang had reconstructed their fleshly bodies and sent them into the Crimson Rock Mountain world. As for Puyang Bo, Zhangpang Yufeng, and the other good brothers, they had all failed to become demigods and were sent into the Crimson Rock Mountain world as well. Of course, his younger brother, Dongbua Qingshi, had finally become a demigod under Dongbua Shuiying's careful guidance, but it was barely enough. Dongbua Shuiying reckoned that it would be very difficult for his younger brother to become a demigod, and that he would have to reconstruct his fleshly body and send it into the Crimson Rock Mountain world. Snow Eagle, what's wrong? Jing Qiu appeared at his side. There are happy things, but there are fewer people to share them with, Dongbua Shuiying said. You don't intend to tell you and Qingyao about the preliminaries of the Bloodshed God Palace's Myriad Flower Feast? Jing Qiu asked. There's no need to tell them. Dongbua Shuiying said, You, and Qingyao should first train them. Once they are strong enough, we'll send them into Crimson Rock Mountain. Once they become honorary disciples of Crimson Rock Mountain, they'll be able to temper themselves in the world of Crimson Rock Mountain. Jing Qiu was somewhat worried. Crimson Rock Mountain's trial is very dangerous. What about you, and Qingyao? Don't worry, they're both very strong. They just need to temper their temperaments a bit more. Dongbua Shuiying said. Even if they had to follow the rules of Crimson Rock Mountain's trial, his children were more than enough. His true body had cultivated the time immemorial physique to the 4th level before he had children. Thus, the bloodlines of Dongbua Yu and Dongbua Qingyao were extremely powerful. They were much stronger than any abyssal demon or primordial life form. They were already comparable to newly ascended deities when they reached adulthood, and after 500 years of cultivation and the guidance of a world deity like Dongbua Shuiying, his children's strength had risen to a whole new level. Passing the trial was very easy, and because their bodies were extremely strong, their souls were also sufficiently strong. They were also confident of passing the soul trial. More importantly, Dongbua Shuiying was the master of Crimson Rock Mountain. His children were going to challenge it. How could they fail? He was only putting on an act for his wife and his 2 senior brothers to see. In any case, you've already gone through the trial, so you should be very clear about the dangers of Crimson Rock Mountain. You should take care of it yourself. If you think that you and Qingyao can pass, then let them in, Jing Qiu said. Don't worry, I won't harm them. Dongbua Shuiying smiled. Right, Snow Eagle, I have some good news to tell you, Jing Qiu said. Good news. Dongbua Shuiying's eyes brightened as he looked at his wife's belly. You're pregnant again. His true body had already become a world deity, so how could he have another child so easily? What are you thinking about? Jing Qiu helplessly said. I'm saying that I've already grasped the grade 2 deity heart, the primordial frost deity heart. Primordial frost deity heart? Dongbua Shuiying was startled. What deity heart is that? As the master of Crimson Rock Mountain, he knew many secrets, but he had never heard of the primordial frost deity heart. It's the name I came up with after condensing my deity heart. Jing Qiu said, it's the pinnacle of frost, so I decided on this name. I feel that as long as I continue to cultivate and evolve, the primordial frost deity heart will have a chance of evolving into the primal chaos deity heart. However, that's still a long way off. I've only grasped the basics of a grade 2 deity heart. I'm still far from reaching the peak of the deity realm. After Chao Qing and me, our Xia people will finally have another deity. Dongbua Shuiying was quite happy. You're nearing the end of your lifespan. I've always been afraid that you won't be able to comprehend it before your time comes. Didn't I comprehend it already? I'm preparing to break through tonight. All right, I'll protect you. That night, a huge illusion of an ocean appeared in the sky of the Xia people's world once more. It was vast and majestic, covering an area of 50,000 kilometers. Clearly, it was a grade 2 deity heart that had become a deity. Jing Qiu was dressed in a light blue robe. She sat cross-legged in a quiet room within Snorrock Castle. Dongbua Shuiying stood guard outside the room. With the primordial frost deity heart As the core, it would become the true deity heart. Opening the deity, giving birth to deity power. Jingqiu's aura gradually began to change. An icy aura of deity power began to spread, causing even the floor of the quiet room to freeze. Suddenly, Jingqiu opened her eyes. Her brows furrowed, and she couldn't help but clutch her head. Several breaths later, her brows relaxed, and she calmly looked forward. However, her eyes were cold and distant. I've become a deity. That's great. Jingqiu suddenly smiled brightly. Snow Eagle, Qingyao, the heavens are so kind to me. Jingqiu stood up, and the door to the quiet room opened. Seeing his wife walk out, Dongbu Shuiying was somewhat stunned. His wife was smiling happily, and it was a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. Jingqiu, look at how happy you are. Dongbu Shuiying laughed. Jingqiu reached out and hugged Dongbu Shuiying's arm. I've become a deity. Of course I'm happy. I can spend a long time with you, our son and daughter. Snow Eagle, I've always wanted to accompany you to the Bloodshed God Palace's myriad flower feast. But I couldn't become a deity until now. I want to cultivate a clone technique so that I can accompany you in the deity realm. Cultivate a clone technique? Dongbua Shuiying hurriedly said. It will affect your cultivation. It's fine. Do you want me to stay in the material realm forever? Or do you want my true body to go to the deity realm? Jingqiu looked at Dongbua Shuiying. Snow Eagle, senior brother Snow Eagle. Dongbua Shuiying thought for a moment, then nodded with a smile. All right, I'll bring you to see my two senior brothers. Inside Crimson Rock Mountain, the thick-robed youth, Gabai, and the scarlet-cloaked youth, Hifeiyun, were both incomparably shocked. Brat, you secretly participated in the Bloodshed God Palace's myriad flower feast? Gabai asked. Didn't I say it back then? It's the ancestors' orders. So, of course, I have to participate. Dongbua Shuiying said, you guys also said that Crimson Rock Mountain disciples can't cultivate a clone technique, so I can only try to learn it outside. Right, my wife, Jingqiu, is also preparing to go to the deity realm. Why don't you teach her a clone technique? She's not a Crimson Rock Mountain disciple, so she should be able to learn it. The two senior brothers looked at each other. All right, Hifeiyun said. However, junior brother Snow Eagle, you must inform us of your participation in the Bloodshed God Palace's myriad flower feast. Don't worry, Dongbua Shuiying hurriedly said. Thank you, senior brothers, Jingqiu said from the side. You two husband and wife are truly enviable. The thick-robed youth, Gabai, laughed. Very quickly, Jingqiu cultivated a clone technique. Crimson Rock Mountain helped her cultivate an embryo under the acceleration of time, and she quickly cultivated a clone. Following which, Jingqiu's clone left the world of the Xiao people. With enough deity crystals, she easily reached Mountain Wu City in the Mountain Wu Star Zone. You're Dongbua's wife. The soldiers at the main gate of the Starfield Patrol Master's Mansion stared at the beautiful woman in deep blue robes in astonishment. She was truly beautiful. Even as deities, it was rare for them to see such a beautiful woman. I'll go inform them right away, one of the guards hurriedly said. Soon, Dongbua Shuiying and Yunhai hurried over. The moment he saw his wife, Dongbua Shuiying couldn't help but reveal a look of joy as he hurried over. You must be Mage Jingqiu, Yunhai said with a smile. Yunhai laughed from the side. Dongbo was just exchanging pointers with His Highness 7th Mayu when he heard that you were coming. He immediately left 7th Mayu behind and rushed over here. Asterisk. Chapter 437. Greetings, Senior Yunhai. Jingqiu hurriedly bowed to the Xiao people. Don't. We're all deities now, so we should treat each other as peers, Yunhai said. Shuiying pulled Jingqiu's hand as they walked into the mansion. Let's not stand in front of the mansion's entrance. The guards are watching us. Jingqiu looked at Dongbua Shuiying with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. His Highness 7th Meiyu? Who? It sounds like a girl's name. A man, Dongbua Shuiying said helplessly. A very powerful expert. He easily defeated the fierce shaman warrior in the Starfield selections, and his background is extraordinary. A Stage 2 world deity is only his subordinate. Jingqiu was shocked. A Stage 2 world deity? What's his background? I don't know. Dongbua Shuiying shook his head. His background is extraordinary. He might have used a treasure to hide his identity and aura. It's also possible that he's a woman disguised as a man, Jingqiu said deliberately. And to spar with you? Dongbua Shuiying clutched his forehead. They were an old couple, yet the first thing they did was tease him. Emperor Yunhai watched from the side with a smile, but there was a hint of loneliness in his eyes. After Jingqiu's arrival, her days in the patrol master's mansion became much more relaxed and joyful. Her wife accompanied her every day, and she would occasionally spar with Her Highness 7th Meiyu. Their strength was similar, and it could be considered as preparation for the upcoming prefectural battle. Day after day passed, and the day of departure for the prefecture capital drew nearer. Rumble within the meditation room. Shuiying sat cross-legged on his bed. With a swipe of his finger, a rolling crimson stream of water danced in midair. This stream of water was formed from many droplets, and every single droplet was visible to the naked eye. As they moved, they brought with them an endless amount of power. It was so powerful that the surrounding space seemed to collapse and shrink. These crimson droplets of water danced around Shuiying, and also danced in midair within the cultivation room. The Chaos Whole Deity Heart and the World Deity Heart are indeed different. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the dark red water droplets dancing in the air. The World Deity Heart is more inclusive and balanced, while the Chaotic Deity Heart is more extreme. But because it was too extreme, it created a balance. Extreme. I need to break free from the World Deity Heart's influence and completely immerse myself in the mysteries of the Chaos Whole. Dongbua Shuiying closed his eyes. After many years of cultivation, especially after perfecting his self-created secret technique, Chaotic Crush, Dongbua Shuiying's understanding of the chaotic whole had deepened, and his state of mind was also getting closer. Countless profound mysteries appeared. Behind Dongbua Shuiying, there was a faint shadow of collapsing darkness. This shadow of darkness was surrounded by a layer of light. The outer layer had a halo of light, and the inner layer was absolute darkness. Others could see it, but Dongbua Shuiying was immersed in his comprehension, ignoring all these phenomena. That's right. Completely extreme seems to be wrong. But if one surges forward and becomes one, the end of the extreme is perfection. Dongbua Shuiying suddenly had an epiphany, and he gained a clearer understanding of the chaotic deity heart. Although he had not completely grasped it, every small improvement he made was a step closer to success. Great chaotic true force condense. Dongbua Shuiying looked at the sky and took a deep breath. The dark red water droplets in the air immediately flew into Dongbua Shuiying's mouth and entered his body. Within his deity sea, countless dark red water droplets were being transformed. Every water droplet became heavier and more collapsed, and its color became darker and darker, almost black. Drops of black water droplets appeared within his deity sea. Each black water droplet was incomparably heavy, and they could easily smash an ordinary peak stage deity to death. Yes, a single water droplet could smash a peak stage deity to death. The great chaotic true force truly specializes in extreme strength. Dongbua Shuiying praised. The energy within his body was still transforming, but since he had already comprehended it, it would only take him a bit more time to transform it. He could already feel the might of the second stage of the great chaotic true force. It's not as good as the third stage of the time immemorial body in other aspects, but it's clearly stronger in terms of strength. The time immemorial scripture had a total of 9 stages. The deity realm had a total of 3 stages, because he had participated in the God Palace Myriad Flower Feast. This body had naturally only reached the 3rd stage. However, he did not dare to reach the 4th stage. If he did, even a fool would be able to guess that he had grasped hold of a grade 1 deity heart. Looking at it again, he had only cultivated for 2,000 years. This was a grade 1 true, meaning transcendent. The great chaotic true force had a total of 6 stages. The deity realm had a total of 2 stages. The time immemorial body specialized in survival. So even if he reached the 3rd stage of the deity realm, his strength and speed would only be at the threshold of a world deity. The great chaotic true force, on the other hand, specialized in strength. Once he reached the 2nd stage, his strength would be comparable to a stage 1 world deity. Of course, the main reason why world deities were so powerful was because of their comprehension of the realms. They could control an area of more than 100 million kilometers with a single thought, and their grade 1 deity hearts were even more mysterious and unfathomable. However, for him to be so powerful in terms of pure strength, he was already quite powerful amongst deities. The only ones who could compete with me in terms of strength are those who also cultivate in world deity ranked secret techniques. Dongbua Shuang thought, even if he had a world deity ranked secret technique, cultivating it to the peak of the deity realm would not be an easy task. There's still half a month left before we head to the prefecture capital. If I can master it before the prefecture capital battle, my chances of success will increase by quite a bit. Dongbua Shuang was quite happy. Half a month later, Patrol Master Guan was leading the group of people who had passed the Starfield selections. His Highness 7th Meiyu, Dongbua Shuang, and the others were also leading their own people. There was even a large group of soldiers protecting them. They flew majestically within Mountain Wu City. The trip to the prefecture capital will be up to you all, Patrol Master Guan said with a smile as he flew. With His Highness 7th Meiyu and Dongbua around, our Mountain Wu star field will definitely shine brightly this time, the black-robed old man General Tu said with a smile. The world deities who had followed along were also chatting idly. Behind them, Dongbua Shuang and the rest were relatively quiet. They did not dare to boast about themselves. Humph! The red-haired man, who was emitting a baleful aura and wearing a half-mask, heard Patrol Master Guan, General Tu, and the other world deities praise Dongbua Shuang and His Highness 7th Meiyu. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. He glanced at the aloof, white-robed handsome youth in front of him, then at Dongbua Shuang, who was happily laughing together with his wife Jingqiu. The baleful aura on his body grew even stronger. Very soon, the group entered the spatial teleportation array outside Mountain Wu City. The deity world soldiers in charge of the array immediately rushed to and fro in a respectful manner. After all, this was the Starfield Patrol Master, the general of the garrison, and a group of world deities. They could not afford to offend any one of them. The spatial teleportation channel was instantly activated. Their bodies felt as if they had sunk into a swamp, and the space around them had solidified. Everything became clear. What appeared before their eyes was an incomparably majestic city that was many times more majestic than Mountain Wu City. It was incomparably huge, and it was even surrounded by mountains. Amidst the mountains, there were even many stars. There were dozens of stars in the sky above the city alone. From this, one could see how huge this city was. A prefecture capital. Everyone, including the patrol master, looked at it from afar and involuntarily retracted their auras. The calm Sea prefecture capital was the core of a prefecture. The entire territory of the Bloodshed God Palace was divided into 19 prefectures. The number of experts within the Calm Sea prefecture was as many as the clouds in the sky. Compared to them, these people did not count for much. Asterisk.